Hi there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome back. It has been a minute. It has been a little bit more than a full month, but very happy to be back to play some Salamander Coast, A Land of Tall Tales. Title of the session, number 47. Very excited to play. Stoked to do so. No announcements. It's been so long. Let's just roll the intro and get into it. And we are back. Yeah. All right. Well,
you missed an art installation.
Here we go. Let's get rid of this calm ass music and let's get some dope Dragon Ball Z theme going on here. Which one is the intense music? I don't remember. Maybe this one. All right. With that, as always, we have player-driven summaries here. So, Connor, you said that you are Mr. Summary Man today?
I am.
All right.
So, this is my favorite part. Last we left off. So after, gosh, it has been a while. Just dawned on me. After clearing out the remainder of the mine, the party met two giants who were sworn to protect artifacts that we received in the session before that. Turns out that we had been used by Odin, as he could not wield the artifacts himself. The giants agreed to fight against the Dark One and Odin with us. But then we were attacked by Magni and Modi, protected by the Dark One. I'm not going to forget that, giants, in our time of need. But they were both, possessed by the Dark One. Thor arrived, steaming mad, seeing both of his sons dead. Through some persuasion, the party managed to talk him down temporarily, and... Sorry, gapping my notes here. The party was saved and teleported to a small grove. Oh, fucking... I'm not going to read my notes ever again. Cecily died. Yep.
Oh, yep.
Wonderful. Out of order. They were teleported out by a mysterious benefactor who brought them to a grove where the party placed artifacts and offerings to bring back Cecily. It's then that we all realized that we were not, in fact, in the Western Salamander, but the Eastern in Loshar. Yeah, a lot happened.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. So, you present these artifacts, these things, these cornerstones, these conduits, and present words, offerings, tidings, things that you know would at least have some chance at bringing Cecily back to you. You all being teleported from the Western Salamander to the Eastern Salamander by a woman that you all know to be Laufey, the original wielder of the Leviathan axe, and a giantess, seeing her shift and change in form. She performs this ritual for you, and with the tidings and gifts that you brought to Cecily, her soul is returned to her body. And that is the moment where we ended, if I'm not mistaken. So, let's go ahead and dive back into that emotional mess of everything. And let's go ahead and pick up where we left off. So, picking up there, as Cecily, you hear the voices of Bianca and Ashima reach out to you. You, for a moment, believe you hear Suni's voice, but you just can't be sure. And in that moment, you feel something tying you, a tether, an anchor, pulled towards it. You gasp for air as all of you see Cecily's eyes shoot open, her chest expand as her lungs fill with breath. Life that was not there previously. You see Cecily, your friends standing around you, hovering over you. You can see happiness and joy overwhelm their faces as they see life return to you. Lao Fei looks down at you, sitting on this stone slab, as you look up at this twisting and winding tree, these wonderful, like, red and purple leaves sprouting off the branches. Sunlight pouring in. You can see clear blue skies above you with a cool breeze rolling in from above. As Lao Fei looks down at you, she clasps a hand on your face and says, "It is good that you are back with us, child. There is much you still have yet to do. But," and with that, she kind of removes her hand and places it on your shoulder and looks towards the rest of you. "You all have been through great pain, great strife. Take a few days to heal, to rest. Stay here for as long as you like. There is no one else in here except for us, and I will wait outside for you. I feel a tether to all of you. You are tied to all of this, and I am afraid that even death would not disconnect you from this fate. Take time, talk, and when you are ready, come and find me. There is much you have to learn." She looks down to you, Cecily, one more time, her arm still on your shoulder, and not that it undoes any of the pain or the close to death you, because right now you're at 1 hit point and you have like 3 points of exhaustion. But just to attempt to ease some of your pain, she's going to cast Greater Restoration, just to cleanse some of those ill feelings, like that sort of twisting, turning feeling in your stomach, just to help you adjust a little bit more. So you still feel weak, you still feel tired, but you don't feel nearly as, like, you just had your insides ripped out, mixed around, and then put back in. And you can see those icy blue eyes glow that bright gold, along with the tattoos on her face, eventually dim. As Cecily, you feel that breath of fresh air, like stepping out on a winter morning, surrounded by pine trees, that fresh scent. She smiles. She'll pat you on the shoulder. And then, with that, unless anybody says anything to her, she takes her leave.
I'm good.
Okay. With that, she leaves all of you behind and heads out the same way that she came, so whenever you're ready, she'll be right there waiting for you. But in the meantime, The 6 of you stand looking down at Cecily.
Well, Suni will run up and give her a hug and just hold her very, very tightly, and say, I'm so glad you're back.
I just wanted to ask if there was any feedback in my headphone real quick. I'm sorry.
There definitely was, but it's passed.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, oh no, I'm green. I'm not supposed to be green. Okay, it's gone now. Okay, I'm just gonna.
You're good.
I'm gonna stop talking. Okay.
But Cecily will, just with a bit of a shaky breath, say, I think I am too. Didn't expect to say that.
And then Suni will let her go, and then not be obnoxiously hugging her anymore. But if you ever do anything like that again, I swear to the gods, I'll kill you. Okay.
Suni, if I ever joke about dying ever again, you need to kick me in the face.
With great vigor, I promise.
Okay.
How are you feeling right now?
I There's a sort of gentle feeling right now. Like all the chaos that I was feeling back in Fjordaleth is finally gone. Or at least organized. I also am very tired. So we can do something about that.
We'll be safe here, I'm sure.
Aren't you Char? Like, low Char? That was Cameron, not Suni.
Boo.
Boo.
I'm offended.
Well, I think some rest is not out of the question for anyone. I can stay up and keep an eye on things if the rest of you want to rest.
I don't honestly know if I'll be able to sleep after all that.
Well, laying down to try and relax still might do you some good, but
Right.
as you will.
Cecily, do you need anything? Like food or water or, I don't know, psychedelic candy?
You have that?
Yeah. I never used mine.
Oh. Okay, well, I'm interested.
It's,
Later.
yeah, very good. Excellent. For you. Is there anywhere that we can, take shelter and rest for the spell?
Not in here. It seems like if you want to go somewhere else to rest, that Laufey probably has something already set up for you. You just got to go and ask her.
I'm really sorry, but somebody's cat is in my apartment. I have to go take care of this. I don't know how this happened.
Okay.
Huh.
Okay, BRB.
What the heck?
Okay.
What is going on today?
This is like when the snake came into mine.
Jesus.
Man.
Yeah, Cecily's ready for a nap and maybe a sippy cup. So,
Morwen will go inquire about where their rooms might be exactly, just so they're not aimlessly wandering through this very nice temple.
Yeah, of course. So you head out, all of you kind of helping Cecily walk along. And eventually, you make your way to the exit, and Lao Fei stands there waiting for you. And she smiles as you approach her, and she says, "Well, I'm very happy to see that all of you are up and moving. And you look, well, full of energy. But as I said, rest is very important. If you would follow me, there are rooms ready for you now."
Thank you.
Accommodations have been made, so each one of you have your own private sleeping quarters. And I know that after everything you've been through, you might not be inclined to believe so, but I can promise you, you are safe here. Lo keeps us safe. There are no enemies, no evil forces, not even the Dark One can peer in here. We are safe. I promise.
We're indebted to you.
She smiles, and with that, she'll lead you back out of the temple, across a small bridge, and back into a more organized area of this small sort of ravine flanked by a waterfall. She's making her way through. You can see that much of the buildings and housing here are dilapidated, sort of falling over. Most things are destroyed and definitely need to be renovated, but there are small houses and buildings that seem to be restored in this particular area. She leads you up a flight of stairs through these large stone buildings until eventually you make your way into what looks to be some type of tower. Has a spiral staircase going all the way up, and on each floor, it seems there were like 3 rooms on each floor. So 3 for... so half the party on one level and then the other half of the party on the other. And then on the 3rd floor of this tower, there is an open top where you can head up there. There's seating up there where you can look over the waterfall and the rest of the area here, the different bridges and everything. It's a very pretty sight. Pull all of you there. So, as she shows all of you to each one of your rooms, she points out how there is nothing in any of the rooms to denote type. I just assumed that Ashima, which, of course, it is an honor to have you here. The last time Tongwu or Fayam were here, it was many thousands of years ago, so we are thankful to have you here. But the only accommodation that has been made is a halfling-sized bed. Everything else should be fairly easily swapped around if you should choose. Please, sleep, get some rest. I will come find you in the morning, and I will tell you the things that I know, that I think may be important to you.
Till tomorrow, then.
Of course.
Cecily will try to catch her right before she goes, and just kind of weakly, like, "Hey, so, do I owe you anything? Kind of seems like a big favor."
She looks at you, and then you can tell that she looks at the circlet on your head. My dear, you have already done enough. And as she kind of takes her hand and clasps it on your face again, and you can see like she's about to say something and then thinks better of it and just smiles and says, having you with us is payment enough. She'll smile and then turn and leave.
And with that, Cecily will just kind of nod and do a very slow 180 and then start dragging her feet toward the nearest bed.
Yeah, like right up the first flight of stairs, there's a door directly to the left, and you're like, yep, that one's mine.
And I shall lie face down on that bed.
Classic.
I said the thing. Roll the credits.
Catchphrase.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. It's great.
Boobity boo, lie face down, bread. Fuck. Anyway. That's Cecily.
All right.
But yeah, she's.
Make that a quote.
I don't. Please, someone. But I don't think she's sleeping right away so much as just like cannot process any more stimuli. That is just going to just cry, breathe for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if we're sharing rooms or if everybody's just leaving her be or whatever.
Yeah.
Everyone has their own room.
Yep, like I said, everybody has their own room. And Lafay stressed that it was safe, so I mean, it's up to you if you want to believe her or not. I mean, she could be a dark friend, you know what I mean?
She could be one of the 13.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. We gotta get out of here.
This one is also Cassius.
Hey man.
Oh my god, not again.
We've only met 2 of them. Okay? There's 11 more dudes. I mean,
That's
who
true.
knows?
That's true.
All right. The rest of you go get some rest. I'll take the first shift.
I think we do need watches.
I don't know, but I'd rather have one and not need it than need it and not have one.
Sentry can be a form of rest.
I'll watch with you. Ready? Bad either.
I'll enjoy the company.
I think I'll get up very, very early. So I might take the second or third.
As you wish.
Well, I guess I'll take the second as well then.
Nah, we'll just keep it to 2 shifts tonight. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, all of you head to bed in your different perspective rooms. And Bianca, Morwen, you could very easily head to the top of the tower where you can get an overlook of the entryway into the tower and the surrounding area, looking at the sun begin to set into the ravine and the moon begin to rise out of it. As soon as you begin your watch, the sun sets, you can see there is this darkness that sort of overcomes the entire ravine, where Bianca, for you, you're fine due to your dark vision, where you can see most things, at least at that range that you have. But then, as soon as the moon begins to rise and the clouds begin to clear out of the way, as soon as that moonlight shines on the ravine and the rock, you can see these small silver veins within the rock begin to glow and provide this dull, pale, like milky white pale light over the entire area. Not bright enough to wake anyone up, but just bright enough for those that don't have any type of dark vision to be able to see at night. It's quite beautiful watching the transition happen as the two of you sit on the top of this tower in the eastern Salamander. The watch is yours. What do you want to do?
Looking over and just kind of sat.
Felicity, before you get too far into what you're going to say, I think you might need to turn your sensitivity up just or down just a little bit more.
What if I got really close? Down or up?
Up. Turn it up more. We're losing you like every half a word.
Okay, what if I'm like right here?
Oh, that's great.
That is great.
Sincerely.
You sound
Okay, so I'm just gonna like
as a cracker.
lean in. Okay, cool. I'm just leaning in. I've never had to lean into my microphone until now, so okay, here we go.
Anyway,
Okay.
You were saying.
Looking out over the ravine and watching that transition, she'll just kind of sigh and say, I don't think anything in the Central Salamander is as beautiful as that I've seen, at least, not yet.
You very well might be right. It is quite a sight.
Have you ever been here before?
No. Definitely not. Work never brought us up to this area, at least not this far. I'm guessing very few people have ever been here.
Doesn't seem very visited. Thank you. Carrying Cecily.
Sorry, my like computer froze. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Oh.
There we go.
Testing.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You good?
Okay.
Oh,
Don't know what
yeah.
happened there. Sorry.
It's okay. I haven't played in a month, so our computers are like, how do we do?
I know. So I don't remember doing this. Anyways. What was the last thing you heard me say?
Bianca's last.
What'd you last say?
I said, thank you for carrying Cecily.
Oh, definitely did not hear that. Oh. It was not a problem. I'm just glad you all were able to save her.
Good.
How are you
Just don't know
feeling,
any
if I
of
might
us would have
ask?
Still shooken up, for sure. I also feel lost, like how to even. What is our next step?
Oh.
It's great that we're here, but literally now what? No?
We have to go back.
Wonder if there's a quick way of doing it, and then, oh my gosh, just, how are we going to get in? Like enemy number one now, in another land.
Yes, I'm sure both Thor and Odin are immensely displeased by what happened back there. But we'll think of something.
Do have an interesting advantage of knowledge, at least, because as far as they know, Cecily's dead.
This is true.
I don't really know how to use that to our advantage, but I think that's a good thing.
If I had to guess, I think it means that Thor's eye will be more honest than Odin's, which might actually be more of a blessing than we think. I'm guessing Odin's gaze reaches further.
Probably. With that item that Rose gave him, I'm worried what powers he's planning on unlocking or powers he already has.
We haven't been able to speak of it, but Rose, you think she's a dark friend then?
Yes. Looking back, it feels really silly now. It's like, ignorance and just blindly believing people. But Rose was very, very close to who I once knew as Rolius, but as Issen.
Mm.
And I know Issen, I know Issen works with the Dark One. And yes, Rolius had tricked me, obviously that could be true, that Rolius was just using Rose to their advantage, but I'm so doubtful. And just how everything was orchestrated, and seeing her give that item that we found that was taken by Dark Friends to Odin himself, I think there's too many red flags to assume the best.
Well, don't forget what the brothers said to you as well. They said Rose said that you were a practitioner of dark magic. She told them how you fought, who you're connected to. That's not something that comes up idly.
Right. Kind of almost forgot about that, just because
It's been a month.
And it's been a month. Oh, in an interesting spot then.
There was something I wanted to discuss with you now that it's just us.
Okay.
Moving forward, what do you, for this group with your friends, what do you see yourself as here? What's your role here?
Oh, I don't know. Kind of grown and evolved, I guess, a little bit, Like you with the Children of the Flame, how you started as one thing and you just keep moving, and what comes up, you take on different roles, but I mean, started off with 3 basically children and 2 adults, so just one of the adults. Now I don't really know. I know.
I see how they look at you.
Everybody. Oh.
Sorry, go ahead. Nope, you first.
I don't even... Ryan, I forgot. I lost it. I don't know what
Damn
it was.
it.
You can
Sorry.
go.
See how they look at you, though. With respect, acceptance, awe, love, whatever you want to call it, but the things that you want them to do, they listen to you. I think they look to you for guidance in times like this.
I hoped I was being full guy. Thought of that as Ashima, though. He always knows what to say. Things are difficult. He always knows how to not shut down. It's like a way of keeping your mind moving instead of halting it. Sometimes it's confusing, but it depends on the day.
Well, based on everything you've told me, I think you all have done a wonderful job under less than ideal circumstances.
Thank you.
I don't want you blaming yourself for what happened yesterday. Today.
I understand what you're saying, but it's really hard. Imagine if it was Caracella.
I've lost many people, Bianca.
Think about that. You know that's not your fault, right? There's nothing you could have done. I mean, you're doing what you can now.
I know. I also know that sometimes it just helps to hear that it's not your fault. Even when you feel like it is.
Right? Thank you. Much.
You're welcome. If Cecily's not back to herself tomorrow morning, I think we should insist on one more day of rest. At least.
I think that's a good idea. I don't know if we should start talking about plans and how to go back to the place, the people who killed her.
I say we hold back on that for now. We can let's listen to what Lao Fei has to say. She might have information that can help. She's been there before, after all. She might know things that we don't.
I think coming back, we're gonna need more than just us. I think we can do it alone.
Maybe she can help. I hope so.
Too.
Should we go get the others for the second watch?
Yeah. Shima said he wanted to be up really early, so let's get him up before the sun rises.
Alright. And as they stand up and like head for the stairs, like Morwen like stops right before she goes down the stairs. And she'll kind of like turn around and look at Bianca for a second. And then she'll just like walk forward and just give her like a very light hug. And just kind of hold it for a second.
Marco will slowly warm into it. And you might feel a tear or two drop on Morwen's shoulder.
And Morwen will just hold it until Bianca breaks it. And not say anything, just hold it.
After almost maybe like a minute, she'll let go, wipe her eyes, and kind of do a half-hearted smile best she can.
Morwen will smile back. While we rest, we can take training off. But once that's done, you're getting back on it again. We've been off for too long.
Been quite a long break. I'm surprised.
Well, there were circumstances.
Yeah, life kind of got in the way, so.
I think we all had a rough few
Believe it
days.
or not, I'm excited to get back to it.
That's the spirit. She'll lightly punch you in the shoulder.
I'm gonna have to work on building my strength, though. She'll
Oh,
kind of
my-
like do that arm kind of roll.
My specialty. And Morwen will descend the stairs.
I like how
And
that
head-
conversation was almost meta.
Almost meta.
Almost.
It was kind of meta.
But in character too.
It
Best
was.
kind of conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
All
All right.
And Morwen will wake Caracella up.
All right, Bianca, you head to wake
And
Ashima
Bianca
up.
wake up Ashima. Yeah.
So, with that, Caracella and Ashima, you are woken up. You're woken up by your companions, and you head to the top of the tower. And Ashima and Caracalla, you see the same thing that they saw. Which Ashima, this is something you've heard about before. This sort of veins of rare minerals that have this magical, translucent glow in the mountains of Loshar. You would know without a history check, considering that you are a native to this land, that there were that these areas, these places like this in the ravines and the mountains of Loshar and the eastern Salamander, these places have a lot of reverence to the Detsi because they believe that these are like the remains of dragons from tens of thousands of years ago that have been like compressed into the stone. And these are pretty much like the bones and scales refined to a thin dust. And harvesting these minerals and harvesting this stone is considered sacrilegious by them because it's revered to them.
And Ashima's gonna take his quarterstaff and start like poking at the glass to see if he can find any like skylight. Or like opening. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. Yeah, so the
And it
tower,
is-
the
Yeah.
tower that you're on top of has no roof on it. So
Oh, it doesn't. Oh,
yeah,
perfect.
so it is just like one of those like rounded towers that has no covering over the top of it.
Oh, beautiful. Okay,
So yeah,
I
you
misunderstood
are.
then.
No, you're good. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, I think the whole tower top is a skylight.
Oh, perfect then.
Yeah.
Then yeah. Rather, he'll say, "It's good we came here. There's something that you need to hear." And
Something I need to hear, or something we as a group need to hear?
you specifically. Do you have your instrument on you?
Always.
Very good. Can you, I'm not musically talented, drone out just into the air?
Of course. Be helpful if I know exactly what you're planning to make it more appropriate, but
Ah, yes, you weren't around when I described the voice of the mountain. We're high enough up that you'll be able to hear it. If you send one sound throughout the mountains, you'll hear it and hear it and hear it change. I'm not sure if there's anything else like it in the world.
well, personally I haven't heard anything like it. And she'll just start cranking out just a lone drone.
And for a moment, it just kind of is echoing around the area, but eventually, as you start to crank it a little bit louder, increasing the volume, you can start to hear it echo off of the cliffside around you. But then it changes from echoing to like resonating. Like the sound is in the stone and it's like harmonizing. Like there are these different chords that begin to play with each individual note that you play on your hurdy-gurdy until eventually you finish. It echoes for a little longer. It resonates. Those chords play. And then instead of hearing them fade, just around you, you can hear them begin to travel away. And it's odd because you can see those veins that almost look like silver. As the music travels, it travels along with them, echoing and resonating further and further away until eventually the light of the veins begins to fade as the music disappears.
And now you know why there is very little written music from Loshar. Becomes
Understand
impossible.
how that'd be hard to transcribe?
Slightly.
But certainly something beautiful. Quite a home you got here.
I've been away too long.
So you have any plans for your return then?
Our journey comes first, of course.
Yes, but we have a couple days to rest. I feel like something to take your mind off current events is always a good thing.
Three things, and I will be more invigorated and rejuvenated than a month of rest. One, hearing that mountain voice one more time, just as before. Two, a warm, Loshari heated floor. And three, butter tea. If I can have those three things, that'll be a month of rest.
Well, I'm not entirely but I imagine those things should be easy to come by. But no friends, family, other people?
No. Attachment is not exactly permitted in acidic life, save for those of the other monks. Despite the fact that it was revealed to me that I was a great reincarnation, they never treated me any different. That's what I like about the monks. That's what I like about you all.
I feel like it's not best practice to treat someone differently just because there's some reincarnation or whatever. I mean, a person's a person, is it not?
Very true.
But
Very wise.
sure, you have some connections beyond just the monks, I guess. I mean, it's a sad, lonely life without it, right? I mean, would you not call this group an attachment?
That's true.
I mean, especially with, well, Cecily today. I'm sure that's a pull like no other. If there was no attachment there, then, well, there'd be no reaction.
Oh, love and attachment are not the same thing. I have love for all people on Illica. Good, evil, unaligned. People I know, people I don't know. People that have wronged me, people that have helped me. Sometimes that's all you need.
Yes, but if you don't think love is an attachment, then, well, either you've never loved someone, or you're simply a fool. think those two kind of come hand in hand, right?
Well, I'm certainly a fool, that's for certain. But that is another story. To answer your question, no, I gave up my family. I was very young. I did so willingly. Not many 6-year-olds choose to leave their family, but I did.
Have you ever been back? Talk to them? Anything?
I receive a letter once a year, but many people receive many letters from people they've not talked to in over a decade in the cities.
And that's enough for you? To only have that?
And that's enough.
Won't lie, Ashima, I feel like you're a very confusing person to me.
Good! All the better.
Ah, not necessarily. I just... You know, there's something to be said about being able to stay so calm all the time. I know that it's certainly something that has been, well, a very useful rock to the others. But I don't think there's that much downside to at least having a little bit of passion in there. And the fact that you seem so reluctant to it all, it's alien to me, I guess.
It's not reluctance to passion, it's control. Just as, well, a horn instrument can let out a vile, bleeding scream, but it can also produce pleasant notes. It's not what goes into it, it's how it's controlled. And often what goes into it.
I think also some things like passion shouldn't be controlled, right? I mean, surely you let yourself, I guess, move from that one stable stream once in a while.
Of course.
It's part
But
of
I
humanity after all.
I let myself decide when that is. If I'm scared in a moment, then if I have control, I might feel that fear in a different way. Or, if the time does not permit me to be joyful, then I will not be. And I can simply be joyful in a moment like this, for something small. Well, great, considering that Cecily is still with us.
And so you really think that after all that happened today, you're still in that complete control of your emotions?
Not complete. Never complete. Complete control is to have domination of the spirit, and nobody has that.
I feel like sometimes it's a good idea to at least let go of some of that control. We're not made for stability after all. Other creatures, I know you love an allegory, other creatures are bound to have their head just towards the ground, towards right in front of them, always sturdy, always steady, but, people are made differently. Heads up to the skies, up to stars of heroes of past, up to the heavens above that. I think we're not meant for that grounded stability of other things. Meant to be a bit more unstable, free to just go wherever things please, right? I think trying to counter that nature, there's a certain tragedy in that.
I find the fundamental difference in our philosophy. And he'll look up at her and say, I am far more grounded because I am closer to the ground.
Head's still above your shoulders, is it not?
My attempt at a joke. Apologies.
Oh, no, I got it.
Not funny, though.
It
Anyways.
still stands. Most things have haunches overhead rather than the other way around. What I'm saying, Ashima, to get past, I suppose, more philosophical talk, so you can use a bit of lightening up sometimes. Just a light little punch to his shoulder. Not everything needs to be philosophy. I understand here's probably the worst place to, I guess, get onto that track. I imagine this is certainly a spiritual censor of everything, but, you know.
No, you're right. He'll reach into his bag and really like make a meal out of just like really digging around in it. And finally, comes up with a small cloth pouch and his pipe. It says, "Tonight, I am someone who is happy and celebrating to be in his home country."
What a beautiful thing to be.
Yeah, and so he'll put some herbs and leaves into the pipe and lean back against one of the walls and just kind of look to the stars and look to the translucence.
Okay. Alrighty. So, as the two of you enjoy the rest of your rest, both of you being the more perceptive people in the group, you can hear something. Not the sounds of danger or aggression or beasts stalking in the night, but instead you hear what sounds like joyous music. Maybe a block or two away from the tower you currently sit atop, you can see a large wooden building currently enclosed, but there is warm light leaking out of it. And you can see that directly above it there is this vein of silver, vein of this translucent milky white, vein of mineral that keeps lighting up and glowing and heads up to the top and then back southward along the mountain range every so often, like very rhythmic, as there's music being played there. There is joy being had there that is sent up and traverses down the mountain. So, with that, the two of you see that happen, and then, unless there's anything else, you finish out your rest. The sun begins to rise as the moon begins to sink. The glow of the veins stops, and then it's just seamless stone. Can't even tell the veins were there in the first place. You both head down to the rest of your companions, and you wake them up. Cecily, for what it's worth, will say that your exhaustion from being in such a peaceful place is all gone.
Yeah. That's nice of you.
So with that, all six of you awake, and the day is yours. It's up to you if you'd like to go find Lao Fei, or if you would like to sit and talk for a while. Entirely up to you.
Before Cecily even leaves her room, I think she'll have some time to herself to just sort of process the everything. So she's gonna try to meditate this morning, as she has been for the past while. I imagine today it's maybe not better or worse, but certainly different than it has been in the past. And when she gets ready in the morning, she's gonna check, just kind of look around her body, see if there's any new scarring that adds on to the rest from the encounter, anything fresh.
The one thing that is odd is right near your like the very top of your spine, like right where your sort of neck and shoulders meet, just sort of in the one mirror that you have in your room, you can see this scar on the back there that is this very chaotic sort of jagged, like 80-pointed star, where it's like all of the different edges sort of shoot out at different angles, all of these different points, and eventually narrow into these very, very fine, like lightning-like tendrils of where that final impact that was the killing blow, that part of your body that was broken, that was never supposed to be mended again. That is definitely the big one.
Well, that's maybe a year from now she'll think that's fucking sick. But yeah, she's take that in after meditating and all that. But she's gonna this morning, as she's getting ready, rather than tuck her locket underneath her top, she's actually just gonna just wear it out. And then rather than obscure the bracelet from Poe under her sleeve, she'll just let that be out too. And she's gonna try to figure out how to braid her hair. And it, maybe just memories of how her mom used to do it. Maybe just, I don't know, the weave. Teaching her how to weave hair. Who knows? But she'll sit and she'll try it, like, until she has it at least halfway right, like enough to do it the one time.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that's all sorted out, and she'll finally depart the room and just be moving very gently, I would say.
And
she's not stomping around and kind of just generally pissed, like she often is. It's just sort of a float through the rooms and hallways.
Yeah, and I will say, Cecily, as you are getting ready in the morning, it does seem as though somebody had stopped by in the evening without you noticing. As sitting atop that dresser, as you are getting ready, you look towards a pile of rags in one corner of the room that was your sort of dress and top. This just tattered and torn, muddy and bloody, scarred from lightning, and tore to pieces, practically. And as you look on the tabletop near that mirror, you can see there's a new stack of clothes there. As you unfold them, you're taken aback at the quality and the style. You can tell that the base of the outfit is that of Jormungandr, and that of a much more like Norse style. But what is interesting is the fine embroidery along all of the edges, near the collars and jackets, all of these different pieces that have these very wonderful bits of embroidery and threading and these colors that almost seem to camouflage in, but whenever the sun or moon hits them, those colors become so much more apparent. It is a layered dress with it looks to be like a woolen overcoat, very deep browns and navy blues, with a lot of the trim work done in a deep forest green. And this is very similar to what you got going on. Obviously, it's zoomed out, so it's not the best, but this is what you got.
Nice.
I say yes to this dress.
Well, in lieu of threads, I shall don new dress.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna be warmer than Cecily has been in previous sessions. And that is a good thing.
Yeah. Alrighty. And the nice part is, because it is such a layered outfit, that most of the things can come off and sleeves can roll up. It's definitely seems, and it seems more hardy, but also as you put it on, it is fairly lightweight. It seems to keep heat well, especially in the colder, misty area that you're currently in at the base of this waterfall. But you don't feel restricted at all, like you have maybe when with Bad Mom, when you were made to put on more like tighter dresses or coats. That tightness in your shoulders, especially, you don't feel that at all wearing this. Okay. So with that, as Cecily exits, all of you see a not the same person who went into that room come out. Oh yeah, it does. Oh yeah, so many pockets, actually. On each layer of dress, there's like 4. And there's like, you know how like men's suit coats have like the 2 pockets on the inside? You got those 2, yeah.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
dude!
Yeah.
This is feminism.
So many places for stale bread.
So many. And fresh bread. There's even room for fresh bread.
So with that, you all see Cecily exit. Like I said, not the same girl who walked into that room. Bloodied and bruised and battered. You see someone exit that has a little bit of a renewed vigor and definitely a different energy exiting the room.
Morwen will stop mid
Morning.
push-up that she was doing in the corner. Well, that looks lovely.
Yeah, where did you get that?
The gods, the air, I don't know. It was my only option. I think it's pretty nice.
Very nice. It suits you well.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, Cecily?
I really don't know if I can explain it. I think just breathing is kind of feels like I'm doing it for the first time.
Well, we were always happy to see you. Now it seems that you are too. Happy to see yourself.
Ashima, it's really early. Is there food? I
Yes.
didn't think about food last night.
Wow, Cecily didn't think about food.
Yeah, what can I say? I'm changed.
Emphasis.
Well, I'm sure I'll have more to say at some point, but
Food first.
yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, and there are some supplies in here where there are no servants or anything like you were used to with Tyr's Temple, but you all have knowledge enough on how to make different small, simple meals, and the ingredients are here to do so.
We're cooking back to Bianca cooking. That's what she's doing.
Yeah.
Get in the kitchen.
You making pancakes? Like what the hell was her name from West Hollow?
I don't know who you're referencing, but I am making pancakes.
the lady from
Yeah.
Isles.
Ah, yes, the lady I
Oh,
totally remember.
Emerald's other
Oh my
student
gosh,
who was
better, much better. There's
Talitha?
less clanking of like dishes.
Yeah.
Yes, Talitha.
I think Talitha's
That
right.
sounds right.
Talitha sounds right.
Yeah, I think it's right. Yeah.
It's Talitha.
Man,
Talitha.
shame on all of you for not knowing every NPC name. in this fucking
I
plan.
know. Believe me.
Bellathor as well.
Listen,
Talitha.
You guys don't play the trading card game?
Yeah, guys, keep up. Yeah, well, all I know is scrambled eggs cooked in meat grease is an amazing hangover meal, and I imagine a hangover is about 1/10 of death. So, so Cecily wants some eggy,
Right.
and some,
Working on whipping that up. We'll be taking requests of what everyone wants. I mean, we have all the ingredients for everyone's wildest dreams.
yeah, bamamka, at it again.
Morwen will assist in the cooking.
Yeah.
Mom win, at it
So-
with bamamka.
Mom.
All right. You cook and you make breakfast. Congratulations.
How many experience points do we get?
Guys.
Uh,
This is some level 7 shit.
Yeah. You eat breakfast.
Nice.
Nobody died.
over breakfast though, Caracella will do a little bit of talk. Just to say, well, if we were wanting to, I feel, contact anyone, I especially feel for Kyothi it'd be a good idea. I'm able to get messages across to anyone. And I also, well, I'd like to get opinions on it first, but feel maybe letting Oriana get a little update on where her stone is might be a good idea. Having another person that's got eyes on Odin might be good for diverting his own off ours. She might not be
That's
the
a
best ally,
really-
but she is powerful.
I think that's a great idea. I was actually talking to Morwen about just needing more people on our side in general. And I think that'd be an easy way to get an ally.
Yeah.
Should
Temporary.
definitely
but-
update Kyothi.
So I'd worry about Kyothi trying to go back to Davila, not knowing what has happened. Honestly, worry how willing and how reaching Odin and Thor will be over everything. Especially Thor, I imagine.
I think we should check in on Kyothi first.
I would agree. Best she hears it from us.
And I guess I can offer, in the same way as she's done before, works the same way. Someone else would like to be the one to deliver the message. I know you have all known her longer than, well, in a way, longer than Morwen and I.
You can do it. I think she would your word just as much as ours.
No, I just thought it'd be nice, but...
Just one request. Let's
Oh yes,
start-
requests as well.
Yeah. Can we start with nobody died? I just think it'd be a little funny. Suni, that doesn't count. Don't hit me.
Morwen punches your shoulder.
God, fuck. You know, I have scar tissue there now.
Shouldn't
I mean,
have made me promise.
I guess I always...
Cecily, You came back from the dead yesterday. Please don't complain about getting lightly punched. Come on.
Wasn't that light?
You know, Suni,
Sorry, no offense.
sometimes a small pain in the present reminds you of the pain in the past, and that's what hurts.
Uh-huh.
Very astute.
All right, fine, whatever. Just, message Keothi.
Right as you're about to send the message, you can hear a knock at your door, and you hear Lao Fei's voice. Is everyone ready? I don't mean to interrupt if you haven't awoken yet. I'm very sorry if I awoke you while you were sleeping. Was not my intent.
No. You came, and we actually have more food left over from breakfast, so you came at a perfect time.
This is an important question, Bianca. Did you open the door, or are you saying that through the door? She's like knocking on the door, not opening it.
The door. Yes, I opened the door.
Okay. It's like, this is really important. This is going to set the tone for the rest of the conversation.
Let's use sending to let her know she can come in.
The door.
Okay.
Yeah. Slides a pancake under the door.
Wow, that is one good-looking flapjack, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's canon. They call them flapjacks. Like
We can't trust anyone that calls it a flapjack. We gotta get out of here.
Well,
But yes.
Must be a dark one, friend.
Thank you. And she'll walk in and shut the door behind her. I already ate, but I appreciate the offer. Well, how are all of you feeling on this morning? And she will take a seat at the sort of larger round table that is in the very base of this rounded tower. Hopefully rested easy this evening.
Yeah, breathing.
very much so.
And as Cecily, you kind of turn around and sit down with your food from the kitchen, she smiles at you and says, I'm glad to see you put on the dress.
Yeah, I figured I should wear something.
Yes, as much as I think the grungy, bloody, muddy dress suits you, I figured that you might prefer something a little nicer than that.
Yeah, there's people in Water's Wake that dress like that sometimes, but it's only really a look if it's by choice,
Yes, there were many women in Yeoman country who dressed like that as well. It was quite the style, and the seamstress that is here, she added a few of her own embellishments to it for the Loshari style. But I'm glad you like it. You look beautiful in it.
Thanks.
So just smile. So, the rest of you, though, you are doing all right?
Yes.
Quite very
alright.
much so.
Rest was amazing. Very, very needed.
And please, I encourage you to be honest with me in this moment. It's very important for the safety of all of us, but last night when you were sleeping, there were no visitors in your dreams, correct?
No.
None.
So all of you kind of nod in agreement. She lets out a sigh of relief. Well, I'm always nervous whenever new people come in to the sanctum, that it may cause a hole or a puncture in the shield we've created, but I'm glad to hear not, especially with a group of individuals such as yourselves. Well, I said that there were things that I needed to share with all of you, so provided you're ready to hear those things, I will gladly share them.
I think we're ready.
Ready as we can be.
right. The first thing that you should know, because it is directly related to what you all had done, and believe me, the death of Magni and Modi are ones that I do not grieve. Considering what they had done to my people, I feel no sorry or empathy for them. They were monsters just as their father and their father's father was. But Thor cared greatly for his sons. And he is searching for all of you. What were tensions between Yggdrasil and Fjardeleth have grown just in a matter of hours. Barely a day, and Thor has made his way into several of the cities in Yggdrasil. He has hurt many people, claiming them to be servants of the Dark One or harboring fugitives such as yourselves. Should things continue, should Odin not be able to control his son, war is inevitable between the two. Now, in my opinion, war was always inevitable between the two. But when all of you return to Fjardeleth, I want you to be aware of that. Which leads me to my second point. All of you will need to return to Fjardeleth. It has come to my attention that Odin has come into possession of an artifact of a sort. A stone. It serves as a catalyst, as a piece to a puzzle that will allow Odin to, should he make his way into Tia's temple, travel not just between realms freely, but in select places through time as well. I have been in communication with Freya, but there is not much she can do in this situation. Unless her curse is broken, there's nothing she can do. So, that means, considering how all of you are tied to the situation, you must be the ones to go and do this. To retrieve the stone, so that way Odin may not traverse through not just the realms, but time, as he sees fit to right wrongs that happen to him and his kind.
Jeez. What a piece of shit.
Yes, that is right. He is a piece of shit.
I love getting formal people to swear with me.
I have two questions.
Of course.
Is the knowledge that Cecily is alive just kept to this location? Is it isolated, or do others know?
There are a few who know, but no one outside of this ravine knows of Cecily and her being alive. It is myself. And she kind of sighs. And there's a man who lives here who is rather nosy about things that he does not need to be nosy about. And he knows. A man who I just wish would leave me alone and just go on his own separate way, but apparently he can't do that. And Caracella, she kind of looks at you and eyes the cloak. The man that cloak once belonged to, actually.
Aaron Merrill, yes.
Yes, Aaron.
He found his journal, and evidently his cloak.
Oh, you found his annoying journal, did you? Ah, yes.
Well, in all honesty, I had a couple of questions about it, but I suppose with the author here and you as well,
Oh,
this
if
could be answered.
you want to talk to him? Oh, fine.
Well, drama in paradise.
Lafay just kind of looks at you.
Well, I mean, I've never met someone that I regretted having a conversation with.
Ah, yes. Well, prove me wrong. I'd be more than happy for someone to have an interaction with him that they actually enjoyed. But that is not the last thing. You will have time to talk with Aaron if you so choose, and there are others who wish to speak with you as well. But there's one more thing that I think it is best all of you should know. I have found in life that secrets can be destructive. Even when you think you're keeping them from someone for the best intention, for their safety, for their mental well-being, all of the good reasons you can conjure are never enough. Truth may hurt, but lies can hurt even more. There is no easy way to put this, so I will just come out and say it. Many years ago, when Tyr was killed in Fjardeleth, he had suspected Odin would try and carry out such a plot against him. So Tyr planned for it. Using the most powerful magics that he knew, he created a clone of himself to hide away in this keep. But upon Tyr's death, when his soul tried to transfer into that body, Odin stole one of the Valkyrie's lanterns and trapped Tyr's soul. There is a man who tends the gardens here. He is a man that I knew for many years. He looks like him, he talks like him, he acts like him, but he is an empty shell. No memories, no knowledge of who he is. He is just a simple man who tends to his garden day in and day out. And she looks to you, Cecily. And still speaking to the whole group, but specifically speaking to Cecily. If you would like to see him, I can take you to him. I didn't want to keep this secret for any longer than I needed to. No one knows of Tyr except for me, and Aaron, and now you. All of you.
mean, I'm a little anxious to meet potential parent 5. Especially if he's, you know. Is he even gonna know who I am?
She doesn't say anything or doesn't move. You know what the answer is, though.
Right.
He's very kind. That, it seems, has not left him.
Cecily, she's just gonna put her hands together and close her eyes for a moment and take a breath or two. And then open them and say, I think I'm meant to at least see him once. Even if nothing else comes of it.
Very well. He, the last new person he met was Aaron. And he was very happy to meet someone new aside from me. I'm sure he would love to meet all of you. He was always a very friendly man. He was a good man. I apologize. So, he probably just woke up a little bit ago too. Make sure all the stems were still healthy on his plants. We can go now, or we can go later. I leave it up to you.
Why don't we got a couple things we needed to wrap up. Maybe we should do that first and then come find him.
All right. Well, I will wait outside. Let you have your moment in peace. And there are a few people nearby that I need to speak with. If you just wait outside, I will be back. But she'll stand and look towards all of you. And she'll smile. And you can see this genuine look of sort of this combination of pride and confidence, seeing the 6 of you sitting around this table as she nods and then turns and leaves.
You okay?
I don't know if I'd say okay. But I hope this is my last bit of drama for a while. I just, feel like the weave is telling me to go talk to him and I shouldn't push against it. Oh, fuck, I sound crazy.
Do you want us there when you go see him?
Hadn't thought about that.
Well, you can think on it for a little bit at least if you want.
Sure.
How do we all feel general about news besides what she said earlier?
Well, if Odin's looking for us elsewhere, it means he won't be in Fjordalith. It might be easier to get done what we need done with him gone.
Is it Odin or Thor looking for us elsewhere? I thought it was Thor.
Oh, sorry, I meant Thor.
If Thor's needing to all be reined in by Odin, I don't imagine Odin would just be sitting in the temple. I mean, especially if it means war. At least we can hope.
I hope you're right. But for now, perhaps we should at least contact Keothi, make sure she's alright and got out of there.
Yeah. Let's do that. Oh, and I know I usually have a second plate, but it's a one plate kind of day, so if anybody wants more of whatever, I mean, she'll just motion vaguely to whatever remnants of breakfast there are.
Morn will grab the plate and slide it over to herself and give her just kind of a wink. She needs the carbs.
Hell yeah.
So what else should we say to Keothi?
Well, I gave my recommendation and I got hit, so
I'd say just make sure she got away safely. Tell her not to go back. The key message.
And that we are safe.
And that we love her.
Very
You
true.
only have 25 words, you know that, right?
Well,
I suppose
love's-
maybe I could do 2.
Love's just one little word. And Suni's right, it's probably important.
You're clever, you'll figure it out. You always do.
Okay, 24 words. Okay, let's go.
Told you.
Nice.
Okay, so actually, 25. There we go. Let's
Nailed
go.
it.
Sending to Keothi then, obviously. Hope you're safe. Beware Odin and Thor. We're in the Shah of Laufey. We'll have to go back to Fjordalith. We are safe. We love you.
Okay.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good. Okay. You send the message. A few moments pass. And you receive a response. You are with Laufey? And you're in Loshar? That's not it. I had to count. I wasn't counting.
Yeah, but she knows it too. We can just go back and forth. It's
Yeah.
fine. We don't need to count.
I leave all of you for a day, and you go to Loshar? That's it.
Long day, Keo.
It was like a 2-month day.
She then uses message before you can, as you're like counting out what to say next. She uses message again, and she says, "I don't know who you need to talk to, but you need someone to come get me right now." She uses sending again. Okay. I'm sorry I came off as a little aggressive. I just have always wanted to see Loshar. That's one word. I'm glad all of you are safe. She'll use sending one more time.
Can I respond?
Are you fast enough too?
About to start. What happens if we're both trying to like send to each other at the same time? Do we just like, it's like talking over each other?
You both get a busy signal.
It's like the 3 dots when you're texting. Like, oh wait, no, she's typing. All right, wait, no, she's typing again.
She's been talking a while.
I'm nervous. All right. So we'll just say that, for a little bit, you two are just talking back and forth. So we don't have to worry about the limitations there.
Well, okay. She would send back, long story, it's been a long day, but we're working things out. We can try to get you here if you truly want. Know you had some important business.
I mean, Lao Fei is the leader of the giants. If anyone could get me out of it, it would probably be her.
Then I'll happily ask for you.
Ooh, but don't use my name. It's a little embarrassing. Or, well, how would she know? Oh, I don't know what to do.
It won't be embarrassing, I'll just use your name.
No!
I miss Quixote.
Caracella, I'll literally die if you use my name.
Caracella does not respond.
Cecily will roll her eyes when that message comes in.
Because Quixote doesn't know.
She doesn't. That's gonna be a real
Oh, God.
It's fine.
Never tell Quixote. She'll just put you in a book bag and just never let you out of it.
She's gonna come back and be like, "Oh, something's changed." Cecily's gonna be like, "Yeah, I fucking died."
She'll be like, well, you're going to be Yoda on my back from now on.
To tell her that. Caracella does not want to have to be the one.
Could you
Oh yeah, it's
imagine?
just like that. She's back now, but she's changed. You missed a lot.
I was gone for a day! Alright.
Don't leave us ever again, this is a threat. And then eventually, I guess you run out of spell slots unless you want to say something else. No, just, do we want to contact Ariana now?
I'd
That'd
say
be a
yeah.
good idea. Yeah.
We're able to keep all those people busy. As long as we can, I think that'd be good.
Do we tell her that we need a stone?
I don't know. She might not play along if we tell her we need it right away. But then if she gets it...
Well,
You know
fairness,
what?
I mean, if we're getting it from Odin first, I quite honestly think that it'd be easier to get from her than it is from Odin.
Yeah. Maybe it's less dangerous if she has it too, anyway.
And if she's in it for, I suppose, the money, then... Well, it's something that can be worked out easier than Odin wanting to use it.
Okay. I vote yes.
Do we want to mention that Rose
Do-
brought it to her?
She
Not
knows
sure.
of Rose, but doesn't hurt. Just in case Rose tries to build a connection with her and lie and stuff, would actually be a good idea. Because Rose has money too. Oof. Wait a second. Actually win her over with money.
We can always just see what she says and go from there.
That's good.
Word count real quick. Sorry, sending to Oriana this time.
Okay.
Hello there. Thought you should know we've seen your stone. Odin has it. Brought us a gift by Rose Fisher. But we need it.
You hear the first thing, you get a response, but the first thing you hear is somebody choking on their tea. Like,
Awesome. That right in my ears.
It's like so much feedback.
oh. Well, you would not believe what I just heard, Rose. I just heard, did you hear something? Did you hear anything, Rose, at all? No? Good. So, you need that stone and you want me to get it for you? Is that what I'm hearing correctly? Sorry, and then that's where the message cuts off.
Well, that's an
Ming.
interesting development.
Felicity is screaming.
Well, this is fuck.
Does anybody know what to make of this?
So just as a reminder of how sending works is you have to say the message out loud and you need to say your response out loud as well.
Yeah. I mean, can we say that, like, you know, they use 2 spell slots on sending 4 Kios, so they have 1 spare
Yeah,
to
that's
at
fine.
least be like,
Yeah,
let's talk later. Okay.
Yeah.
Do not
Ah.
disturb.
Well, interesting development. We should talk later. And if you're willing to help, that would be great.
Rose, you know what I have to say to that? Yes, 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 yes. You are just a darling. I honestly cannot thank you enough for all of these fine things that you have given me. But you know, there's more to winning me over than just prizes and gold, right? But yes, you know what, Rose? I think we should talk about this more later. I absolutely agree.
This feels like a lot more than 25 words, but that's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna do that. Anyway,
She's fucking powerful, okay? She responded with an 8th level slot.
Everybody knows that's how sending works. The more spell slots you use, the
Yeah.
more words you get.
Yeah.
That makes enough
Honestly.
sense, right?
I will not complain though, so I guess that's all she can do for today. So yep. Otherwise, she's gonna take a very long nap.
All right.
Wow. That was
Must have been Caracella lets us know.
Oh yeah, she'd fill you in word for word. Oh, she's willing to help at least. That gets us further than we were already.
Wait a second. Rose wants it back? Though she gave
No.
it to Odin?
I think her giving it to Odin was deliberate. Unsure exactly what the connection between Rose and Oriana is, but seems unlikely that they're complete
Yeah.
allies, otherwise she'd have been more open about talking.
Mm.
But it also might mean that she's willing to work around Rose, and perhaps not exactly the most favorable with her. That's all assumptions, of course. Either way, we can clarify later.
Why does Rose want the stone back?
I don't know that she does.
Hmm.
Just trying to use Oriana, not an ally we can gain, maybe?
Maybe.
Like I said, I'm not sure what the connection is between the two of them, but I think the main thing is that she's willing to get it off Odin. And although not completely sure on Rose, but I imagine it's probably the lesser of two evils for her to have it rather than Odin. So if that is going to be another complication on the journey to us getting it, then well, it's better than nothing.
Well, maybe tomorrow morning, earlier, perhaps when she's not in a meeting, we might be able to catch her, or tomorrow night or something. Get some more straight answers.
Hmm. Can't help but have a bad feeling about it.
My head already hurts today. Well, is that it for messages?
From me, at least.
Okay. So, I'm okay if we all go and meet the gardener. Maybe you all want to talk to him for something. But if I could at least have a bit of time with just me and him.
As much as you need.
Cecily, I'm honestly fine just staying here if you want to go see him on your own. Respectfully, I have nothing to say to the man, to be honest.
Well, how does everyone else feel?
I would second that.
Okay. Well, then, guess I'll take a minute to clear my head as much as I can and then go do that.
Take all the time you need.
Yeah.
If you need anything, we're here for you.
That's good. But I get a feeling it'll go at least a little better than the last one.
Sorry, I just thought that was funny.
The DM laughed. It's the dark one. But yeah, she'll prepare herself as much as she can, and then go out and get ready to do that then.
Okay, all right. So as you step outside, you can see Lao Fei is making her way up the boulevard, and you can see that her like brows are kind of furrowed as she's making her way back up. And she sees you, and you can see the look of perplexion. Perplexion? The perplexed look on her face eventually sort of melts away. Yeah. As she approaches, and once she's within, speaking distance, not shouting, she sort of cocks her head and says, "Are you the only one that is going?"
Yeah, for now, at least. I just wanted a moment with him.
Of course. Um, well, since you are coming with me, I suppose. Well, we can still put them to work. Make sure they're doing something right. They're not doing anything important in this time.
I guess not.
Well, I knocked earlier, so hopefully they don't mind if I just let myself in right now. So she kind of puts her hand on the door and like does one of those like knocks and opens the door at the same time, like trying to be polite, but also like she's just peeking her head in and saying, for the rest of you that are in here, if you're not going with us to go see Tyr, Aaron would like to speak with some of you, knowing that all of you are rested and well.
Of course.
Yes, if you and as you sort of come around the corner, you can see her standing in the doorway. She sort of points her hand up and back the way that she came and says, "There's a tavern that Aaron has made himself, that he calls the Dragon's Fang. So he spends most of his time there. Whenever you're ready, you've mentally prepared yourself. Take the long journey, and I wish you the best of luck."
I really doubt that he can be as terrible as you seem to pose him as.
Okay.
Damn.
After that cheeky comment, Bianca will ask,
To know, I have to know.
a blacksmith I could go to. I have some very long overdue cleaning that needs to happen.
Ah, yes, a dedicated blacksmith. No, but there is a man in here that I think may be able to help you out with what you need. If you head straight towards the waterfall, you'll find a ship on a dock, just kind of floating. His name is Konya. He's a drow from Atarashi. You should be able to recognize him. He's always near his boat. Find him, and he should probably be able to help you with whatever you need.
Okay. Then she'll look at everyone else. I think I'm gonna head that direction. I don't know if anyone else wants to come with me, but I know how Aaron is.
Do you want company?
Shrugs. It's always welcome.
Well, if you don't want me to come, then I won't come.
That's not what I said.
That's what I heard.
That's not what she said.
Come with me, Desmond.
Fine. It's cool. All right. I'll go with you, Bianca. Twist my arm, okay?
Thank
I
you,
would come.
thank
I would
you.
come too, but if the character Aaron is as stated, it will perhaps require a mediator.
I do not mean to be rude, but she looks at you, Suni. You are a very strange dragonborn.
Believe it or not,
Was a Bianca
that's
giggle.
not the first time I've ever heard that.
Oh, no, I believe it very easily, actually. Cecily, if you're ready, we will go. And Suni and Bianca, like I said, you should be able to find Konya that way. And the rest of you can head that way to find Aaron, to see if you're, to see if I'm overstepping, to see if I'm not exactly telling the truth, but I think you'll be, well, I'll let you discover it yourself.
Cecily.
Yeah.
Would you be alright if I accompanied you if I kept my distance?
Yeah, that might be good.
Morwen nods and we'll walk over to join you.
Good luck, Cecily.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, before Cecily goes, just like before she met with Odin, she's gonna hand it and says, "We're here for you."
Always.
Well, hopefully I come back with a good story. All right. Let's go talk to this gardener.
Okay. So with that, Morwen and Cecily head off in one direction. Bianca and Suni head off in another direction, and Ashima and Caracella head off in the other direction. So we sort of get our little pairs going here. And as the six of you diverge into your three groups of two, that is where we're going to go ahead and take our break. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. Everything was very uncooperative in the first hour, but the second hour it got a lot better, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yes,
Heck
much
yeah.
better. Yeah.
A little bit of warm up.
Yes. There we go. All right.
Right?
Well, thanks for watching so far. We'll be back in a little bit, and yeah. Hello, everyone. We have returned. And we're just going to dive right back in. So, picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers here had found themselves in the far, far away land of Loshar, within the hidden valley of the mountains. Now, all of them being here, there are a few things that they have learned. For one, they learned that they were in Loshar, under the guidance of Lao Fei, the supposed leader of the giants. They also have learned that Thor is on a rampage right now, looking for our party here because of their connection to the death of his two sons, Magni and Modi. On top of this, our group of adventurers also learned that although Tyr did die some 16 years ago, shortly after the birth of Cecily, apparently he had planned for such an event, knowing that Odin may attempt to usurp him, may attempt to kill him because of the conflicts the two of them had. Using very powerful magics, he used the spell Clone to create a copy of himself that he had the full intention of using should anything ever happen between him and Odin. But Odin, being a man of foresight and prophecy, wanted to make sure that he had every base covered. And so, upon Tyr's death, he trapped his soul within one of the Valkyrie lanterns. And now, Lao Fei, to her knowledge, has no idea where that soul is. So while Tyr may be alive, while he may be up and about moving, he is a shell of the man that he once was. This man is a gardener. He tends to a bed of flowers every day, and he has done so for the past 16 years. While Cecily and Morwen plan to head there, Bianca and Suni aim to look for the closest thing they can get to a blacksmith for some personal needs of Bianca's, and finally, Ashima and Caracella head to the Dragon's Fang to look for Aaron Marilyn, a former Gleeman. In fact, the same Gleeman who was adventuring with Lao Fei and Enlil Bani, the Radiant Lord of the Dawi. This group of adventurers who apparently did some great deeds. But apparently, Aaron himself is rather insufferable to be around, according to Lao Fei. And well, Caracella and Ashima were just too curious. They need to know, and they have some questions for him as well. So with that, what we'll go ahead and do is we will start our journey with Cecily and Morwen. So Cecily and Morwen, the two of you are traveling with Lao Fei as she's leading you throughout the area. She is very solemn and quiet in her movement throughout the area. You can hear the sounds of nature around you, the rushing breeze and the crashing waters of the waterfall. As you make your way across a small stone bridge into a walled-off area, she opens a door and gestures her hand inside. You can see there is beautiful scroll work all over these half-stone walls that maybe stand 4 or 5 feet above the ground. Different carvings of flowers and birds and trees, nature, all around. As she opens the door and gestures for the two of you to enter, the two of you see the back of a man's head, currently his hands in the dirt, digging away with looks to be a spade. Long blonde hair down to about the small of his back, and you can see a very fuzzy blonde beard shooting out past his shoulders. A large man, maybe standing would be 6'7", 6'8", broad as a barn. But you can see that as he tends to these small flowers in front of him, the most delicate hands you've ever seen on a giant like him. So, as the door opens, you're maybe 20, 25 feet away from him. And Lao Fei looks to you, Cecily, and to you as well, Morwen, and says, "Are you ready?"
Cecily will probably turn away for just a breath and then turn back. Yeah.
Morwen just kind of like looks at Cecily and just kind of like gives her a nod. If you need me, just yell.
Yeah. Got it.
So with that, Lao Fei enters first, and you begin to make the trek to Tyr. Normally, this walk would take 10, 15 seconds. You're not going very long. Even taking your time shouldn't take that long. But for you, Cecily, this is endless. And as you get closer, you can hear him softly singing something as he's digging with a spade into the dirt, sort of cupping his hands around the dirt and patting it down as he keeps planting new flowers. He sings, "My feather bed is deep and soft, and there I'll lay you down. I'll dress you all in yellow silk, and on your head a crown. For you shall be my lady love, and I shall be your lord. I'll always keep you warm and safe, and guard you with my sword." And how she smiled, and how she laughed, the maiden of the tree. She spun away and said to him, "No feather bed for me. I'll wear a gown of golden leaves and bind my hair with grass. But you can be my forest love, and me your forest lass." As he continues to hum along, and Lao Fei says, "Dear, I have visitors who've come to see you." And you can see this large man just sort of tilt his head over his shoulder and look back, as you now get a good look at his face. And Cecily, you can feel your stomach drop as you see these gray-blue eyes in his head. Not gold like yours now, but gray-blue like yours once were when you were lost. As you see Tyr. "Ah, guess it's very nice to meet you. I am Tyr. Hello. Do you like my garden? I've spent quite a long time making it. See,
I do.
I planted the carnations here and the daffodils there. I particularly like the roses right there. All of them are very healthy and strong. They're growing well, which is good. Weather around this time of year can be fairly hard on the plants, but I found a way to herbs that grow nearby that help them grow even in the coldest of nights. But luckily things seem to stay very well heated around this soil, so they don't run into too many problems, which is good. Oh, but I'm sorry." And he kind of furrows his brow and shakes his head. Sorry. I'm rude. I didn't let you speak. I am Tyr. It is very nice to meet you."
Yeah. You, looks like you done pretty well with everything.
Thank you. That means a lot. There are only a couple people who come to see me, and it's been a while since Lao Fei has said anything about the garden. So thank you, that means a lot. Especially from one as small as you. I suppose you might be able to see the flowers better than I, considering you're so far down there.
Yeah. Well. I was kinda into gardening for a while when I was a kid. Guess I'm still a kid, but I had somebody that was trying to teach me
She was trying to teach me a lot of things. You said those ones were called, carnations?
Yes, they are. I like them a lot. I really, I enjoy flowers with odd shapes to them. I don't know. Everyone likes a rose, and if I'm being honest, I do too. They're very pretty, but I think I especially like flowers that grow oddly, or they grow uniquely.
You have a favorite?
There are many. It's hard to pick, really. Honestly, I don't know why. Most people consider them a weed. Most people don't like them very much at all. I don't know. I think that a small splash of them can really bring the entire place alive. I like to put them around the edges to frame out the larger plots. Come look. And he sort of begins to slowly lumber throughout the garden, being very delicate with his steps. For such a large man, like I said, he steps very softly. And eventually he points around some of the smaller plots, and you can see these very like herbaceous plants, stringy and green with these sort of small white buds coming off of them. Very unassuming. They are called, they go by many names, but there's myrrh, garden myrrh. But I prefer to call them Sweet Cecily. I don't know why. I've always preferred that name.
A good name. And she'll kneel down by one and try just touch it really gently with just like one finger.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to like a lot of weeds too.
Oh, there's another, and I don't share these very often. In fact, I've never even let Laufey have one, but there's one that I like quite a bit as well. You see, there are these ones right here, speaking of weeds. And you can see there's a small, what looked to be very confined patch of like specifically grown weeds, and you can see a few dandelions in there that are just kind of sprouting and growing. And he plucks one out of the ground, and you can see that it has all of those like furry white wisps coming off of it. And he grabs two, and he holds one for himself, and he hands one to you, and says, "You know, these are very rare here in Loshar. They don't grow very well, but I've been told by Laufey that in some parts of the world, they believe that if you blow on one of these and make a wish, one day it'll come true."
Wow.
I've never blown on one because I've never really had a wish. I've always had everything I wanted here. At least, I think so. But I don't know. And it kind of shakes his head and kind of blinks and says, I just feel like you look like you could use a wish right now.
Cecily's hand will start to shake a little bit, and eyes will start tearing up. Is it that obvious? I kind of don't really feel like I deserve one. I fucked up a lot, Tyr. I'm just... I feel like I'm... just keep hurting anybody that's good to me, and I'm... Been a long life.
He'll kind of close his eyes, and he'll pull up the small weed, and he'll gently blow on it as all the small pieces begin to float and fly away, caught up in the breeze, and float towards the top of the ravine. And he'll kind of get down on one knee, so he's about eye level with you, and say, "You are very young. But you do have so much pain in your eyes. I don't know many things. And for the longest time I was confused. But even if you don't know why these things happen to you, you have to learn how to forgive yourself. And I wish Cecily..." And you see him kind of blink. "Oh, hello. I'm sorry, Welcome. I didn't, see you come in. Sorry, And it kind of takes a small step back. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get so close. My mind slipped from me for a moment."
No, it's okay. It's good. I heard you talking about these, weeds.
"Oh, yes, the weeds are my favorite. Oh, I suppose you can have that one," as you're kind of holding the the weed in your hand that he gave you earlier. "That's fine. You look like you could use a wish." Kind of blinks again. "Oh, it's odd. Well,
I'm gonna try to make a wish, but first, I'm gonna say something to you, and I don't know if it's gonna make any sense. But, you seem like the kind of person that might understand even if you don't, you know? There's been a lot of people that have tried to raise me and control me, and I lost a lot of them. Some are dead. Some just left. Some gave up on me. I had one really good one. One that I remember, at least. And she'll go ahead and reach down for her locket that's at her front and just click it open and let him take a look at it.
You see an odd reaction, to say the least. He smiles, looking at the photo, and says, "Well, she is quite beautiful." Smiles. But as he's smiling, you can just see tears begin to swell and just begin to roll down his cheeks as he's smiling at this photo, but seems to not know that he's crying. And eventually, as he starts to wriggle his nose a little bit, he kind of, "Oh, that is very odd. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm crying right now."
Okay. We can just both for a little bit.
Cecily?
Yeah.
And you can see the small twinge of golden energy in his eyes. "I'm sorry." And with that, the golden energy fades as he sort of shakes his head. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you come in. I'm sorry for being so close. I apologize.
It's okay. Cecily will slowly get up and sort of close her locket, and it's really okay. You, I think you did everything you could.
Well, the work is never done. Flowers need constant care and attention, and I'm happy to give it to them.
Well, I met a few gardeners recently, so I think I'll be okay.
Good.
Can I just say that you would have been a good dad. I can tell. And, I hope your garden goes well. I hope you don't mind that I'm crying all over it. I don't know if that messes things up or something. But...
No, and you can see he starts to breathe a little bit heavier. If I'm being entirely honest, I don't know why I'm crying either. But if you do let your tears hit the soil, make sure you do it in the left corner. Those flowers thrive off saltiness. Well, and he kind of looks up towards Lao Fei, and looks back to you, Cecily, and says, Well, if you'd like to take any flowers with you, you could do that. I could make you a bouquet if you'd like. I don't get to make very many bouquets. I grow all the flowers, and then when they get too old, I prune them from the garden, so I'd love to be able to give some away.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be really good.
Let's see.
Oh, and you wouldn't mind if I took this little dandelion here?
Oh, no, you look like you could use a wish.
Okay. It was nice seeing you.
It was very nice to meet you. Let's see. And he starts to go back to scanning the garden. You can see he takes out a small pair of like gardening shears and begins to snip a few flowers off at this at the base right near the soil. Sort of file them into a nice small little bouquet. And you can see using a collection of these very like deep navy blues, along with these different strands of white Cecily, and on top of that several. These are these like bright golden yellow daffodils, sort of stringing them all together and wrapping them in the myrrh, and folds it up in a fine silk, ties a little bow around it, and says, "Here you go, young lady."
Yeah.
And I don't know if your friend back there, she hasn't said much, but. Here, and he kind of snips off one red rose. You can give that to her. I think red may be her color.
You know, I've never asked, but I'll go ahead and take it to her.
Feel free to come back any time. It's nice to have visitors.
Yeah. Okay.
With that, he'll just sort of get back down onto his knees, and anywhere where he had snipped flowers, he kind of digs it up and begins to re-till the soil, sprinkling in some different minced herbs or things like that, sort of mixing them around in the soil and planting a new thing as he continues to hum, "My feather bed is deep and soft, and there I'll lay you down," as he plants more flowers.
Yeah, Cecily will just watch him for a moment and try her best to remember the song so that if she ever wants to hear it again, she can tell somebody.
Okay.
And yeah, she'll go ahead and slowly start to walk out. She'll hand Morwen the rose and then turn to Laufey and just say, "Thank you."
You're welcome.
Morwen just kind of gives Cecily a nod, just small smile.
Okay. And with that, as the two of you head away from the small garden, you head back to the tower with Laufey.
One quick thing.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
of course. No, you're fine.
Morwen doesn't want to talk to Laufey, but if we want to jump to one of the other groups first, I'm totally okay with that. Just wanted to say that before we jumped all the way back to the tower.
Oh, yeah, we can definitely pop back to that.
Cool. That was all.
Yeah, okay. No, you're good. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and pop over to, let's do Suni and Bianca. The two of you head throughout the, like I said, the dilapidated streets, the broken buildings, until eventually you make your way closer to the waterfall. Now, at this point, the cascading water is loud, raucous, roaring, and you can see there is this small dock that extends out over this gap, this large stone plateau, and you can see a small ship floating in midair. You can see attached to the bottom of this ship is this large crystal that thrums with this deep blue energy. And you can see, sitting in front of it on a crate, sharpening a deepened black sword with this sort of silver trim on the edge, is a drow. And as you approach, let me go ahead and here. So you can easily assume that this is Konya, as he sits there sort of sharpening that blade, wearing leather armor of deep blacks and reds. You see him there, Konya. There we go. Share with all.
Ooh.
So,
That's sick.
as he
That is
sits there, sort of leg up on a barrel, sort of sitting on the crate, sharpening the blade with this whetstone, you can hear in this very odd accent him also singing a song. I loved a maid with fair hair as summer, with sunlight in her hair. I loved a maid as red as autumn, with sunset in her hair. I loved a maid as white as winter, with moonglow in her hair. And he sort of stops, seeing the two of you approach. Says, well, not very often do I get visitors such as you coming around here. Let's see, a tiefling with recognize those eyes anywhere, love. Got a little bit of drow in you, I see, and a dragonborn of the metallic variety nonetheless. Well, consider myself very lucky and very blessed to be visited by two people such as yourselves. So, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, actually, if you think we're an anomaly, I think I got something else for you. And then she'll pull out the blade. I've been told you're pretty good handling these, maybe even cleaning them. It is not supposed to be this color, as far as I'm aware. And then she'll kind of step forward and pass it off to him.
Very rarely have I ever seen blades like this, as he's very gingerly. You can tell that you and him are very similar in your fighting styles, very lithe and dexterous. As he picks it up and sort of moves it around, he gives a few practice swings. There's an odd weight to this blade. Very easily I can tell. And he's going to go ahead and make a history check. Oh, yeah.
No, I was like, how much should I tell him?
Tell me, love, where might have you gotten this blade from? If I recognize correctly, this is something that comes from a Farah, am I right?
Yeah, that's as far as I'm aware as well. I got it in the Western Salamander from Hunters. She'll kind of just look at him to see what his reaction is to that.
He's kind of one eye closed, one eye open, peering at you through one of the holes in the blade. Ah, well, that explains what these holes are for, then. Yes. Well, no, of course, I can definitely clean this blade for you. Just tell me one thing, and I'll do it for free for you, no problem. Not very often we get visitors around here. Laufey tends to keep things fairly tight and secured. So, be honest. There were a group of strange folk that arrived just last night.
I didn't see any strange folk in here.
Is gonna glare at him.
Sorry. Understood.
All I wish to know. Strange folk just you two, or were there more?
Insight check. Why does he want to know this?
I don't know, make an insight check. What are you trying to get? What are you trying to figure out?
What kind of nosy is he being? Because I'm a nosy person, so sometimes I just want to know stuff, but I also know there's nosy people with negative intentions.
Yeah,
so is he
he got some ulterior motives?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I can.
Okay.
Character. Okay, they updated the app. I'm sorry, I'm trying to roll things.
That
oh my gosh.
is
Okay.
okay.
That's what I did. Insight. Which is a 5.
Nice.
5. Okay.
Suni will just ask, why do you want to know?
Well,
Different approaches.
Bianca, you're like, yeah, it seems fine. But Desmond, he kind of looks up at you past the blade, and he says, well, I do a lot of work for Lao Fei one way or the other. Spend a lot of time leaving. I spend a lot of time coming back. Spend a lot of my time, as he kind of gestures with the blade, just like nonchalantly, going around to different places. And if I'm being honest, I've heard tale or talk of a group, a couple of people, one of them being a tiefling, one of them being a dragonborn of the bronze variety. And, well, there was also a young human girl as well, traveling with them. A halfling. Not just any halfling, but, well, a native to Lo Shar, as I come to understand. And I just want to make sure that I'm cleaning blades for free in front of esteemed company. Not for just any lazy louse coming by.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if you heard tell of some interesting folk walking about, and you see two interesting folk walking up to you, I guess you could make that assumption.
So then, is my assumption correct then? Or am I barking up the wrong tree here?
I don't know how many groups of people with a tiefling and a bronze dragonborn walking around exist in this world, so I would be willing to bet that you are right.
Well, obviously, friend, you haven't travelled enough. More common than you might think, more common especially in the astral sea, but still fairly common in the material plane. Well, if my assumptions are correct, and he's still just like, with this like short sword just gesturing like it's part of him. There's a couple times, Desmond, where not in a threatening way, but it does kind of fly close to your nose. But like I said, not in a threatening way. You can gather that much, that he's got a lot of control over his sword arm. And he says, well, then if that be the case, call me mighty impressed and mighty honored. Of course, I'll clean the blade for you. As it turns out, you all might be needing my help here in the very soon future. And you can see him. He takes out a few special oils from a crate near him, flipping open a chest and kind of fingering through them. Grabs a few oils, grabs a couple of rough pieces of spongy metal, and just begins to scrape away at it. And he scrapes for a while, and then he'll change different instruments as he's talking to you, but still being very active in the conversation.
What kind of help are you?
That piqued your interest, didn't it? Yes. Well, you see, as he continues to buff away at the blade, was told late last night by Lao Fei that the same group of adventurers, these group of people showed up, that they're going to be, well, fairly important in the coming days, weeks, months, and years. Told me that my specific skill set may come in handy. Up until now, I've just been doing small things for her. We need a specific type of medicine for someone who's sick. We need to go to Wukome City, get something that we're missing out on. I'll go do it, and I'll do it for free. I like the safety, peace of mind. But I think she knows I've been missing that sense of adventure, you know. And well, when you have a tiefling and a dragonborn show up on your doorstep, I think we can all agree that excitement and adventure can't be far away. You see, this ship I got behind me here, if you'll notice, it ain't floating in the water. It's floating in the air. For quite some time, I found myself in different places, well, not normal places either. Oh, you believe me, I tell you some stories that would rot your brain. You ever heard?
Believe you me, it does not take much to do that. So,
You ever heard of a nautiloid?
A what?
Make a deception. Okay, I was like, make a deception check, but okay. You know what? Story for another time, there, boyo.
All right, what's the craziest thing you've ever seen?
His grin drops as he looks at you with this just look of fear on his face. Boyo, you listen to me. I've stared into the abyss. I've gone to the edge of the light and I've seen what's beyond that border. I've looked into the darkness and I saw two beams of flame stare into my soul. Sapped the life and joy out of me in that moment. This close I was to the brink of no return. This close I was to existence being ended. My memory being erased. Could feel it. Well, gotta tell you, turned around as fast as I could right then and there, and I never went back, left the astral sea forever after that. I figured that while it's not nearly as exciting as he's really trying to buff out this one spot, a lot less likely to die here than out there. And if I die here, well, I can guarantee it's not going to be as painful as that. Can you imagine? Your entire existence, everything you've ever done, gone. Tell you what, there'll be a lot of kids missing their daddy. I kid.
Soon he's gonna kind of
Never hung around long enough to know.
Soon he will playfully slap him on like the shoulder area and look at Bianca and say, "I like." Well, have you ever seen the corpse of a god?
Bianca slaps her head.
So okay, all right, whatever.
I think you and I might need to trade stories about that, friendo.
Once you've earned it.
Oh, don't worry. Captain Konya has no problem earning stories. And there we go. Man, what have you been soaking this in? Oh, your own blood, that's right.
And unfortunately other people's.
Well,
Before I got it, so.
looks to me as if you've been getting more blood of others than more blood of yours, so I guess you're the winner in this situation. There we go. Well, if my information is correct, should be as simple. And you can see that, like, it's still fairly scuffed, and there's still dark spots on it. Here. All you gotta do, blow on it.
And hesitantly, she will.
And as you do, you can see all of these sort of like flecks of black just begin to immediately fly off as they are just sort of caught up in the wind and then spoosh into the water as they just slowly begin to melt away and disappear as what you now hold in your hand after that one small gust of air from your breath is this blade that in size and shape is still exactly the same. But the material is completely different. It looks as though you're holding a blade of glass now. It looks fragile. It looks like you could easily, just like a pane of glass in a window, break it just by snapping it. But immediately as you just sort of, you know, your curiosity gets you sort of tap it on a rock, and it is as hard as stone. Doom, doom, doom. But you can feel it sort of resonate in your hand. It's a very odd feeling. The blade feels very, very, very different now.
Thank you. Like I got a whole new sword.
Well, happy I could be of service. So, tell me, my good friend. Actually, don't believe I'd ever caught your names.
Yeah. Bianca Dusong.
Bianca Dusang, nice, a beautiful
Suni.
name. And Suni, strong, resolute. That's nice. That's good. That's good. That's good. So, well, is there anything else you might be needing from Konya, or do you think I've got you all squared away for now?
I have a question, Joe.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
So when we played last time, you mentioned us seeing like the salamander, but this time since we like restarted with Cecily waking back up, have we seen the salamander?
Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. That was it'd been a month since the last session. No, you would have still had that moment.
Okay. And do I get overall trustworthy vibes from this man? I mean, as trustworthy as a space pirate can be.
Yeah, it seems as though he is loyal to Lao Fei.
Mm-hmm.
You get those
Okay.
vibes at least. As weird as he is, it seems as though Lao Fei has earned his trust and his loyalty.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Suni is going to pull out one of the scales from that he got in the dungeon and say, I don't know if you would have any idea what to do with something like this,
His eyes go wide immediately.
but I've been trying to figure it out.
How did you get that?
Well, you might have to earn that one too.
I'm going to be real honest with you, boyo. I don't know how you got those, but I recommend you return them immediately.
And why's that?
Those scales. The fact that you have 3 of them. I've only ever seen Lo. I haven't ever seen Ara or Yorm. But those scales are what keep us safe. Those 3, each one of them are doing something right now to make sure that the people who are willing to do the good things, fight the good fight against whatever in the hells is going on out there, whatever I stared into and saw the abyss, they're the things making sure that it doesn't all fall in on itself. I don't know where you found those, but I recommend you return them immediately.
Is kind of needed to get these. I know that's probably what I wanted to hear, but it was like, I don't believe in destiny, but like destiny.
I also don't believe in destiny, but destiny? I mean, I believe in destiny a little bit more now.
Like, when he's taken things he shouldn't have before. These were actually like meant for him or meant for someone, and personally think it's better him than someone else.
Well, then what I recommend you do, if it is destiny, if it's fate, if it's the weave, whatever the fuck you want to call it, I recommend that you take those to Lo and you say, here you go, I found these, if you want me to keep them, I'll fucking keep them, but I probably should give them back to you because of how much it fucking means to everything else going on here. Or, you know what, don't do anything with them, just kind of keep them and see what happens. Fuck all, I guess, right? That's
I
fine.
don't need the lecture. I've been through a lot of shit recently. All of us have, and I'm sure you are the same. But for the love of the gods, don't tell me what to do with my stuff. And we'll be all right. And then he'll give him a slap on the shoulder again.
He scoffs. He says, with your stuff? Those were ripped from the body of that fucking salamander, you doofus!
You think I did that?
Well, they're not yours! Tell me, did you make that come off your body, you fucking dingus? Huh? Huh? Listen, you can keep them. Do whatever you want with them.
So
But what I'm saying to you is those fucking scales came off the fucking salamanders that hold it all together.
I had no fucking clue that there even were salamanders until about 12 hours ago.
Well,
So
then why are you
please,
getting so
don't
mad
report
at me?
Okay.
I'm trying to give you the
Alright.
information, you fucking
no.
metalhead.
Okay.
Open your ears. Oh,
Alright,
that's wait, you
okay.
don't have them. You just got those little fucking holes in your head.
All right.
Yeah.
Funny. Right. Okay. So if we even wanted to return these scales, would we at least talk to Lo? You've never done that.
It's a great first step. Thank you. Talk to Lao Fei.
And you know, I was going to do that.
Well, why didn't you fucking lead with that? No,
Because you
I
were
say,
so aggressive
I
about
say
it.
you should return them, and you
No,
say,
no,
don't tell
no.
me what to do with my stuff.
I know we're outside,
Oh,
but indoor voices. We're done with this. Everyone be civil, okay?
I can be civil.
Right. Suni?
Courted queens in Thorol, I can be fucking civil if I want to.
all right. I think I've heard enough. I will
Let's
take
wait.
them to the salamander. I will ask them very, very nice and sweetly about them. And I'm sure it will be okay. Thanks for the advice.
And how we talk to Lo is talking to Lao Fei first?
Correct. And I must apologize. I came off as a little aggressive. I'm sure that, okay, all right, you know what? No fucking apology for you. Fuck out of here.
I
Fix
never
your-
wanted one anyway.
Hey, well, fuck you, then you're not getting one especially so, you fucking asshole. Get the
Oh,
fuck
one
out of my
was
face. Get the fuck
I
out of my
didn't
face.
know.
No, fuck
One
you.
was
Fucking
away.
shut your trap.
Oh,
Anka's going back. Leaving that behind.
Bianca, it
Suni's
was
gonna
great to
walking
meet you.
backwards.
If you ever need any more help with your blade, more than happy to help.
I will, thank you. And then she'll
Well, it's
keep
really,
talking with her hand in
really
the air.
great to meet you. Really
Walking
great
away,
to meet you.
Suni's gonna give him one of those like eyes to pointing at the eyes and pointing at him and saying, "We're not done here," and then he's gonna walk away.
Oh, what, you think we're fucking done? No, Boyle. This
No, I
ends when
just-
I say it. You shut, get the fuck out of my face. You can, Suni, you can hear him chuckle a little bit as you leave.
No, and Suni will also chuckle. 'Cause that was recognizable for him as being playful enough.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, he goes back, and he goes back to humming the song that he was singing. All right. So with that, the two of you head back towards the tower, sort of at that reconvening spot. But in that moment, we are going to bounce back very quickly to Morwen, Cecily, and Lao Fei. As the three of you are walking back to the tower, just having left the garden, you can hear the sounds of nature all around you as you are making your way back towards the tower.
I think while they're walking, Morwen would kind of be letting Cecily go first, who's probably like very distracted and very much in her head.
Mm-hmm.
And Morwen would kind of try to make eye contact with Lao Fei and kind of slow down her pace to create a little bit of distance between them and Cecily, but not too much, and see if Lao Fei kind of picks up on that.
Oh, yeah. Lao Fei, definitely. She is a wise woman. She can read people very well. So, yeah, she notices that and kind of slowly, very naturally, slows down to make pace with you.
It was kind of you to not hide that from her. I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision to make, but I think you did the right thing.
Thank you. That pain is too much for someone as young as her to feel. But delaying the inevitable, I think, would have hurt more.
I suspect you're correct in that. Oh, and I forgot yesterday. And Morn will reach behind her back and pull off the Leviathan axe, and she'll hold it out towards Lao Fei. I believe this is yours.
You can see she looks down at the axe with a smile, a memory of fondness, which slowly begins to melt away into a look of oddly enough, almost like disgust. I'm glad that it was found, but she shakes her head. I do not want it back.
Why?
You can see her kind of close her eyes and swallow very slowly. That day that Tyr died, we all fought harder than we had ever done before to try and save him. To try and save Estrid. To try and save that girl. Myself. Enlil. Aaron even. I had that axe made to defend the weak, to protect my people, to stand against the coming tide of darkness. But in that moment, when Odin's soldiers began to flood into the hallways, I grew to like it. The violence, the pain that I caused them, the efficiency I killed with. I felt like a god in that moment. If things would have gone differently, maybe I could have helped Tyr, I could have saved him, but I got so caught up in the bloodshed that you can see her kind of stop as she kind of closes her eyes and stops walking and says, and shakes her head and goes, I promised I would never wield that axe again. Hopefully you can be a more honorable warrior than I was.
Morwen kind of like looks down at the blade for a few moments before looking back up at her. I can't read the runes. What does it say?
She smiles. And she says, well, that is only natural. I'm assuming that you don't speak giant.
I do not.
Well, you see, among the blades here, the main blade of the axe, there are 3 symbols. 1, 2, 3. As she points towards the top, middle, and bottom of the sort of larger cleaving end of the axe.
Mm-hmm.
These 3 symbols are different powerful leviathans that exist within Illica. Some say that it is they who push and pull the tide. They are the ones who allow ships to dock and depart. They are the ones who control the storms and the wrath of the seas. Those 3 leviathans, in order to make this axe, blood had to be harvested from each one. And as a tribute to them, their names were inscribed on here. This is what allows you to throw and recall the axe. But here, and gesturing towards the sort of haft of the axe where the metal meets the wood, how there's 3 small divots in it.
Mhm.
These right here are for Runic Orbs. There are different monsters that exist within Illica where their essences can be harvested and refined into a small orb and can be placed into the axe. It enhances the blade's abilities to do different things. And you know what? I think I may still have one. I'll need to go look for it, but if I can find it, I will give it to you.
Thank you. She can tell on Morwen's face, like, she's trying really hard not to geek out at this, like, badass information she's being told about this weapon.
Yeah.
You know, because we had a little bit of a somber conversation beforehand. She's
Yeah.
kind of trying to hold it all together.
Yeah. No, it's
I had,
okay. You can be excited. It is very cool.
It really is. Oh. I did have one last question for you, if I may.
Of course.
When you all left those items behind, you all said that the giant said that. No, you said it. Sorry, been a month.
It's only been a few days.
It's what a few days it's been. You mentioned that you thought that even if someone had found these, that you would be surprised if someone was worthy of them. This was yours. So, what does being worthy mean to you? Why me?
In all honesty, I never really thought this day would come. I never thought I would have to determine what worthiness was. But if I'm being entirely honest with you, Morwen, I don't think it is my job to decide what is worthy or who is worthy and who is not. Because if that was the case, then I don't think I would have ever said that I was worthy enough to wield such a weapon. Worth isn't something that's stagnant. It is something that can grow or shrink over time. And if you continue on your path that you are on now, fighting against those forces that seek to destroy the world, well, then that seems mighty worthy to me.
Morwen gives a small nod and puts the axe back. I know I said thank you, but thank you for bringing her back. I didn't want to lose another.
Losing a friend is hard. And I'm very glad that I could at least bring yours back. She kind of brings up an arm and wraps it around your shoulder and clasps her hand around your shoulder and squeezes.
And Morwen will just smile up at her and then continue to head back.
Okay, alrighty. So with that, as the two of you arrive at the tower, if there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and cut to our final mini adventure here as we cut to Caracella and Ashima. So, Caracella and Ashima, even though it is about 9 a.m. in the morning, as you approach the tavern, you can hear the rowdiness inside. People shouting and cheering. As you make your way in, you can see there is a man standing on a central platform. You can see that he is wearing this long, like vest and tunic and coat of these deep, like velvet greens and this like bright silk doublet. He has hair that is a base of brown, but you can see these tufts of white begin to peer through, scars all across his face, tattoos all along his neck and down his chest that's exposed about to his sternum. And you can see that he has one like green eye and one deep brown eye and a mustache that is curled up slightly, as you can only assume that this man, currently with a stringed instrument in his hand, banging his foot on the ground, singing a song, is Aaron Marilyn.
Big question, what instrument?
It seems to be like a very basic like lute, but you can see that as he's like plucking the different strings, the way that he's holding it is, it's a little odd because most of the time with like a lute or a lyre, you typically have it on your like lap as you're sort of plucking away, but this seems to be a little bit more flat, a little bit more rounded on the edges, and as he's plucking away at this 6-stringed instrument, he's like slamming his palm into the base of it, and with your modern understanding of instruments, this is definitely like a guitar. Like it's definitely just an acoustic guitar. As he is just sort of banging into it, and Ashima and Caracella, that voice that you've heard before begins to boom out across the room as he is performing this song. As he starts, "The Dornishman's wife was fair as the sun, and her kisses were warmer than spring. But the Cartesian's blade was made of black steel, and its kiss was a terrible thing. The Cartesian's wife would sing as she bathed in a voice that was sweet as a peach. And the Cartesian's blade had a song of its own, a bite sharp and it cold as a leech. As he lay on the ground with darkness around and taste the blood on his tongue, his brothers knelt by him and prayed him a prayer, and he smiled and laughed as he sung, 'Brothers, oh brothers, here are done, my days here are done. The Cartesian man's taken my life. But what does it matter, for all men must die, and I've tasted the Cartesian man's wife.' I've tasted the Cartesian man's wife." And as with that, the rest of the crowd begins to erupt in laughter and cheers and jeers, singing along with him. And as eventually he finishes the song, looking around, people just sort of throwing money up towards him as they kind of land down around him, he laughs and says, "Oh, my friends, if you think that's a good one, just wait. I've got 1,000,001 songs for 1,000,001 occasions." And he looks around the room and looks up at you, Caracella.
Yeah, as soon as he makes that eye contact, she just wants to do a little wink and then bow, just pointedly having like the cloak over her arm as she kind of extends to kind of, have it hanging there, showing orbit.
All right. Distinguished guests, please just excuse me for one moment. And he clasps his hand and makes his way over towards you as he sort of slings that guitar around his back as he makes his way and says, not very often do we have a gleeman in our midst, and if I've seen your face before, I think I recognize it. As he points down to you, Ashima.
Just one of those faces.
Just one of those faces, huh?
2 eyes, a nose, a mouth. All things sufficient and insufficient in their own ways.
Young man, about how old are you?
33-ish.
My mistake then. Thought I knew you. Well, please, if you wouldn't mind, I very rarely do we get gleaming in these parts. I'd love to have a conversation about what school you went to and how you obtained that cloak.
Oh, it's quite the nice cloak, isn't it?
Yes, it's
Not
very
that big.
nice. Yeah, it's a very nice quality. Tell me, I hear that Gleemen know where each one of the patches of fabric came from that made their cloak. I'm assuming, must have been to all of these places. What is that? Well, for one, that's Cartesian silk. Oh, look at that. That is Jormungandry wool right there. Thoralian silk. That one too. Look at all these places. Well, you are quite well traveled, aren't you?
Well, perhaps less than I would like, but we're getting there, aren't we?
Getting there indeed. Now, please, I am the owner of this place. I've got a back room. I'd love to put you up for the time that you're here, have you do some performances for the crowd. They have never had a performer quite like a Gleeman here. Or we could stand here. That's all right, too.
Sorry, there was a
Oh, God.
cat
Oh, it
biting
came
into my
in the
flesh.
dark, Jesus.
That's why I was delayed. Wrap my arm here, so that stops. Likewise, you seem familiar as well.
It's one of those faces, 2 eyes and a nose.
All things sufficient and insufficient.
Ah, yes.
You appear to be a well-known. Seems you've gathered quite a following back there. Stage names we may recognize.
I never had much like of stage names. Anywhere I've ever performed, I want them to know my name. No shame in my name. Very proud of it. Aaron Marilyn.
Cat's attacking me again. Hold on.
That's okay. The owner of the Dragon's Fang. Not a very.
Read a little bit about you too.
Oh, you have. That's really great. Like I said, I think that we should go back into a back room, have a private discussion. We discuss the rates of your stay and what you'd like to be paid for some performances. Huh?
Happily so.
Ah, wonderful, 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 wonderful. Please, come on. Follow me back here. Distinguished guests, I'll return momentarily. We have an honored presence amongst us. We have a Gleeman who's come to visit. Nonetheless, a Gleeman with a... And you see for the first moment, instead of that sort of aggression, sort of this look of admiration, with a hurdy-gurdy. Very nice. The crowd kind of gives off a very brief cheer in that moment as all of you head back into a small back room. As lets the two of you in, he shuts the door behind him, and that sort of aggressive, toothy grin kind of drops, and he says, "All right. Now listen. I know whose cloak that is."
Well, I should hope so.
Okay, well then you know that it's my cloak.
Yes, that's part of the reason why we've come to talk to you. Laufey also seemed to have quite a few words about you and came to see if the rumors are true, I guess.
No, Laufey. No. I apologize that your first interaction in this small little town, if you want to call it that, just a fleck on a piece of garbage. No. Laufey has a stick so far up her ass that, needless to say, you could probably play a few games. Anyway,
But sure, I wasn't completely buying into it anyway, so I'm not one to judge someone before meeting them first.
See, thank you. That is a person that I can get behind for one. Somebody who is willing to actually sit back and listen, observe all the facts, and then make an informed decision based off that. I don't understand why every time somebody new comes into town, Laufey has to say, oh, don't go talk to Aaron. It'll talk your ear off, and he'll make fun of you the entire time. Needless to say, I don't think I could talk his ears off. I'm just kidding, young man. By the way,
quite all right. Does appear to be a poor description that we were given of you.
Nothing but charm and wit coming out of this mouth. Well, honestly, depending on what jokes I'm telling, could be coming out of either end.
Ashima will smirk at that begrudgingly to himself. It's funny. It's a good joke. Quality.
So, listen. I'm assuming if you have that cloak, you know where it was.
Yes, we just came from there.
Yes, we found your journal.
Last night. Yes, the journal too. I suppose when I say I read a few, it's more so read from you, but...
Yes, that was one of my most ingenious inventions.
Very good imagery in your writing.
Thank you. You know, I've always prided myself on my ability to capture an image and transpose it into words, and then in turn make a visual image just from the words I express from my mouth. Honestly, I've made quite a profitable living off of it. Sometimes you just get lost in your own stories, you know. Well, anyway, so that must mean you know where it came from, and you know why I left it. And yet you still decided to take it with you.
Oh, to be fair, there was an invitation at the end of your journal too.
Oh, yeah, well, I
mean, the sentiment's genuine.
I mean, you have heard of a rhetorical argument, or a rhetorical question before, or a rhetorical statement. We left it in an abandoned mine surrounded by undead and evil creatures. Do you really think that I thought that somebody was going to find it and take it and wear it and start parading around my cloak like they were me or they were a gleeman? Definitely not.
I believe that thing should be left to rot.
Well, no.
The sentiment is genuine. It is a nice cloak.
And were it abandoned and never to be found,
well,
why would you write a note?
I was going to come back for it eventually, and then I was going to find the journal, and I was going to read it myself, and I was going to be like, well, there you go. I am a worthy person of this cloak because it's my cloak. See?
It's a little bit late for that now, though.
It's a bit late.
Please, if you don't want it, I suppose someone should take it up, right?
Well, I never said that I didn't want it. I just had to leave it. I was forced to leave it.
So, then you cannot take it back. Seems like we're arguing over nothing here, right?
What? I know your type. I know exactly your type. You're one of those the eloquence bards, right? One of those ones that you just have the gift of gab and you can just talk and talk and talk for days. You can debate and go back and forth and just quip and jab till sunrise to sunset because you think you're so much better than everybody. You think you can just keep talking and talking and talking. No, you cannot outsmart me. I've seen 1,000 cities and I have been to 1,000 planes of existence and I have heard in every story that's ever been told and I can sing every song and I can recite every poem. You cannot outwit me in this.
Well, I mean, I can say that half of what you said was true, but I will gladly let you win if that is what you want. I didn't come here to upshow you or anything, simply for conversation.
His eyes kind of narrow. Right, well, how about this? We have a conversation, you ask your questions, I answer them, and then at the end, I decide if I want my cloak back or if you can keep it.
I'll warn that most questions are more vague than anything. More so wanting information.
Well, if information's what you want, you've come to the right man. Made it my job over the past, 59 years. Collecting information is my job. So, what is it exactly you want to know?
Well, I guess for starters, it might be useful to know a little bit more about what exactly was happening back when you did have to discard these items. Worry we've had quite the relationship building with Odin, and, well, I think it's best that we know entirely what we're getting into.
Well, found the cloak. The journal was pretty transparent amongst it all. Omitted some details because at the time, they made my stomach turn. But I suppose now I can disclose them with a little bit more ease. See, all those years ago, we had gone to try and broker a treaty, a deal with Odin. I remember walking into those corridors, Tyr's temple. The creaking of the metal doors, Tyr greeting us with a smile on his face, his golden eyes piercing my soul. That was a man who... I could tell that no matter how many stories I told, how many things I'd seen, that was a man who could inspire people unlike anything I've ever seen before. He stood tall and proud. He got us a meeting with Odin. We spoke with him. What we wanted to do is we had heard talk of that rising darkness. Probably shouldn't say, but you see, Laufey and I, we had found, what's the best way to put this? Best way to think of it is there was a vault that was broken into. Something very precious was stolen. And we didn't know how long this vault had been broken open for. So, we investigated. We found several others that had been broken into as well. Now, Laufey, because of her connection to the Western Salamander, thought that perhaps in treating with the Council of Yggdrasil, she could broker peace between the North and the South, using her sway with the giants, and with the Goliaths, and hopefully with Tyr, hopefully peace could be found. So that way the Western Salamander would have a united front against anything that may come. That day was a dark day. We met with Odin, and Tyr was there. Everything was going fine, for the most part. So there was a midwife who came in, demanding Tyr come with her. Odin demanded to know what was happening. Tyr wouldn't say anything. Tyr started to briskly walk away, started to run. Odin started to follow, and myself, Laufey, and Enlil, curiosity got the better of us, and we left. We tracked after them. Ara, Yorm, and Lo were with us as well, and we went. We followed. And the rest of it's kind of a blur. Just remember the fighting, the bloodshed, the brutality of it all. Tyr was so dead set on protecting those two girls that he threw himself in the way of them so they could get out. I remember seeing that woman. The look on her face, the fear, the pain. As Odin picked up Tyr one hand on each side of his head. I've seen a lot of bloodshed in my life. But the way that monster smiled after he cracked him open, never seen anything like it. Lao Fei was nowhere to be seen. She started to run with Ara, Yorm, and Lo, and Inleal, and eventually we found her. Near Yggdrasil, near that seedling. Hundreds of dead around her. Doused in blood and begging for more to come to her. At the point we ran. We left. We went to the only place where Inleal knew where we could be safe for at least a time. Left our things so Odin couldn't trace us, and we traveled here.
Then what happened with the others that you were with if it's now just you and Lao Fei here?
Well, that vault that was broken into, those things that were stolen, Inleal knew of one that his people had, and he wanted to make sure that it was still safe. So he went off to go find that, to make sure that everything was still in order, still organized and still safe, that the vault hadn't been broken into. Ara and Yorm, they retired to their regions, waiting, sleeping, resting until they were needed. Lo, however, came here, knowing that we needed someplace safe, that we needed to be away from the gaze of not just Odin, but from the Dark One as well. And because of that, those most devout followers of Lo have been the ones to come upon the Dark One's influence the fastest. Lo has spent so much time protecting us, keeping us safe, that those individuals that care most for them, the Detsi, they're called, which I'm sure that I recognized you as soon as you walk in. I was, I'd been here for a time when you were growing up. Try to make it my job to go see every important event before all of this started to happen, and halfling wearing those robes. I mean, no offense.
I suppose.
Dead giveaway. The Detsi have been the first ones to be corrupted by his influence. So those that have been corrupted, they spend their time descending from the mountain, causing havoc for those in the lowlands. Never getting too close to Wukome City, but causing enough to be a disturbance. While the rest of the Detsi that haven't been corrupted tried to hold them back. They try to fix their brethren and sisterin, but to no avail. Lao Fei tries her best to help, but they blame her. And to a degree, they blame Lo. So, does that answer your question?
For the most part.
It enters mine without asking.
I will say that you don't need to be so guarded about these vaults. It is about the Dark One, and well, that's precisely, I feel, who our prime enemy, I suppose, is. It's about the Forsaken, is it?
Yes. Well, if you know, then no need to, conceal the details. We had found a vault located, where was it at this point in time? It was a vault located underneath the ruins of Cordoba Keep. Long below. And if our details are correct, it was that of one of the Dark One's chosen, his most trusted chosen. Believed it to be Mother Malice Baynir. And if her vault is broken, and it has been for who knows how long, then we can all only assume how many of them have been broken as well. I'm assuming since you know, that must means that you ran into a few.
Oh, just 2 of them.
Just 2 of them.
Yes, thankfully, nothing ended up coming of either of them. I suppose it's not really true for the first. It was more of a harbinger of the destruction to come. Delna's Pass, I imagine you've heard what's happened.
Yes. There's not a lot of love for the Children of the Flame here. I didn't want to...
Oh, then I should probably let my sister know.
Well,
I meant to inform you both.
I'm sure there's some leniency considering your relation with Laufey. People here, they truly respect her opinion more so than anyone's, if I'm being entirely honest.
I'm guessing it wouldn't be the great idea for me to just walk around like this, just get the ship weave to just turn back into a little, Children of Flame uniform.
Maybe not. The Gleeman's cloak is doing you some favors. And honestly, You see him kind of sigh. If I'm being entirely honest, I've grown to like being here and not leaving. If you know about this fight against the Dark One, if you know about the 13, then suppose that cloak is going to do you more favors than me. Now, I'm not saying that you're worthy and that you deserve it. I'm just saying that it can help, so I'm letting you keep it.
No, I completely understand. How could I ever be worthy of such a magnificent item?
You're damn right.
The artifacts undoubtedly saved our lives.
So if she's got the cloak, I'm assuming then the axe, the scales, let's see, the rod, and I suppose if you are able to break that curse for the giants, then that means someone had the lantern then, right?
Ashima will remove the rod from his bag. Likewise across the rest of the party.
Yeah. The weave wills as the wheel weaves, right? Oh, God. You know, when I was told that all those years ago, I thought it was horse shit. Why would the weave care about any of us? That's some great cosmic plan. It shouldn't care about an individual or a group of people. It should just let things happen. Allow us to forge our own destiny. But how many examples of proof do you need before you start believing?
fair, though. I don't think the idea of being able to forge your own fate and have it forged for you are mutually exclusive.
Well, look at that. There's that A+ wit again. Good job. No, I'm sure you're right. Oh, great and wise Gleeman. He sort of gives you a very toothy grin.
Would this wise Gleeman also be worthy, then?
Sure. Is that what you want to hear? Sure.
I'll take it as a blessing as any other.
Oh, it's not a I'm giving you permission to wear it. That's it. It's not a blessing.
Oh, well, I greatly appreciate and accept your blessing.
This is why I never took on a student, because they're just too much hassle. They just, you get, listen, you do one performance, you do one thing, you get one standing ovation, you make one funny quip and get a laugh, and then it's like, well, don't you need you anymore, Mr. Teacher. I'm done. Finished. Give me the cloak. No. I never. But fine.
Then good thing after having your student.
Exactly. God's bless you were never my student.
You two don't know half of it.
Well. So is there anything else?
Well, I mean, when coming in here, you did say that it was on the terms of perhaps performing here. It's been a while since I've been able to do anything. Does that offer still stand?
Listen, if I had a Gleeman in this tavern and I didn't let them perform, then I suppose I would get in quite a bit of trouble with the few patrons I do have. So, yes, you can perform. But
So that attitude will change as well if I do. Surprised coming here made it seem as if you would be the problem in this conversation, but what I've seen, it more so seems that you're tired of me.
he'll turn to you, Ashima, and say, "This has to be how Lao Fei feels with me, isn't it?"
It's not you. I'm afraid it's all monks and bards and fighters and bards and your soldiers and bards and wizards and bards. And...
All right, you've made your point.
Look, I must say, I normally have my sister with me. It helps balance things out, but I
Oh,
suppose it's more reason why we should be.
there's
together.
more of you?
Ah, yes, an exact duplicate, so to say.
Um,
Twin.
Oh, no. No, you know what? Give me
Very
the cloak
different,
back.
though, I must
I
say.
cannot handle that. Nope. I need it back.
you might be pleased to find that were you to only hear the voices of the two, you might think Morwen to be my sister.
All right, you can keep the cloak.
Not gonna lie, I had no intention of giving it back.
You know, would it kill you just to not once? No, that's fine. All right.
An internal death, maybe.
Well, if you're gonna perform, go perform. Bards. Ugh. Ugh.
Well, I mean, it has been a true pleasure to meet you.
Mm.
Not sure if you're still in the middle of your own performance.
You know what? Don't have a stomach for it anymore. I ate some bad milk. Ugh, my stomach hurts so bad. Looks like I'm gonna need somebody to do the rest of the performance for me.
I suppose, sir.
And I've no instrument.
Are you sure you don't want one? At this point, I think I'd be willing to accept anybody else.
Perhaps I will take a drum.
Ah.
But I would find that a bad idea. Caracella, make us proud.
Mm.
I
Wow.
think so.
Yes, well, go for it. Have fun.
She will, I guess, make her way out.
Okay.
What's the vibe of the tavern?
Oh, it's still pretty rowdy, especially since there hasn't been any person in here recently. They've starting to get louder when they're talking and definitely being a little bit more aggressive.
Right. Caracella is not so much the person that's gonna just get up onto a stage and perform like that. She's very much someone that performs within the crowd. Just like someone that like, make their way, do the obnoxious thing of just like standing on the table if she needs. But she'll just start with just some low just drones going on her Gertie. Just to not entirely get the attention of people, but just to get the atmosphere going in. And then, before just swinging into full force on the Gertie, she will have a little bit of intro to it. Back and side, go bear, both foot and hand go cold. But belly got sandy good ale enough, whether it be new or old. It just absolutely at the end of that just burst into the rest of it. Trying to get people moving around and just keep that musical episode going. Woo!
Yeah. Hell yeah. As they all begin to immediately, they're an easy crowd to win over. As they begin to recognize the song and they begin to sing and jeer along with it, as you can tell that these people, they are definitely pilgrims to Loshar, right? These are the type of people that come from other places in the world that enjoy the art and culture, but they sometimes miss the songs of home and playing the song that is known for mostly from the central and western Salamander, playing and singing and going back and forth and moving around the tavern. You absolutely win the crowd over, as they are just so content and happy and thrilled by the performance that you put on. What I'd like you to do for me just real quick, though, is I'd like you to make a performance check.
Let me just check my performance checks, because I know there's a bunch of things that happen there now. Because I think the Gleeman cloak gives me, like, advantage or something? I don't even know. Yeah, it does. That's awesome. Let's go.
Yeah, man.
So that's... Oh my god, okay. So that's double 16s. So then a 25.
25. Yeah, you are killing it. And even more so, that after you finish 3 or 4 songs, there is just a... just sort of the same large sack that was left in the center of the room that Aaron had left. There are just coin after coin after coin that is thrown in there. With the group of maybe, 80, 90 people that are in here that you're currently playing for, just, that are loving it. You get about 250 gold worth of tips from your performances as a Gleeman.
Let it be known that the twins no longer have zeroed between them.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
That's the goal.
Still good for it.
There you go.
Does Aaron ever come back out? Or is he just gonna hide away?
No, as you get to that sort of final chorus of the song, he does come back out, and you can see he's got this frown on his face, but he is tapping his foot.
Okay. I'll win him over.
Amen. One day. So, with that, eventually your performance concludes, the audience cheers, And with that, Aaron makes his way back towards the stage and says, "Well, that was a thrilling performance. Thank you, Caracella the Gleeman, for coming around to our small corner of the world. It was a great pleasure to have you here, and we hope that later this evening, or maybe even tomorrow, you may come back and do another performance. But for now, well, sorry to say, everyone, I need to prepare for the evening crowd, so I think that brings our festivities for this morning to a conclusion. And I'll be more than happy to welcome you back when the sun sets." All right. Well, thank you so much again once more for coming. And don't forget, when the moon comes out, the door's open. Farewell, everyone. And see you this evening. And
Glad they come back.
yeah, he sort of looks down at the satchel on the ground, which he never took out his tips from. And he kind of sighs, and he'll just kind of kick the satchel and say, "Keep it. It was a good performance." And he'll walk back into his office and shut the door. So, that's an extra 250 gold on top of the 250 you already got from your performance.
Oh shit, okay.
Oh. That's what that 25 performance check gets you. You impressed a Gleeman, even though he is very begrudging in his impressed.
Well, even a consistent raindrop can wear away the mightiest stone. Or, in this case, a tsunami. That was a very good performance.
Thank you. Don't genuinely consider myself someone that needs to wear another person down, but well, I suppose Laufey had a very different opinion than I think I do of Aaron.
All people wear walls. Not masks, walls. That is what you are eroding. And underneath the wall, you'll always find something worth liking. Including that pilgrims seem to be more free with more than just their usual ideas. Free with money, too. Very good.
Money can also be useful. I imagine, especially now that we're out of, I guess, questionably Odin's care, we might actually need to have a couple pieces on us.
It'll be comforting not to be at the comfort of someone who is undeniably, utterly evil and insane. And that I don't like very much.
Feelings pretty much mutual there.
Now, shall we return or experience the crowd more?
I think Aaron would like his moment of peace, I guess, before the evening. See what the others have been up to.
Oh, very good.
Okay. So with that, as the two of you head back to your tower, your small little base of operations for the time being, all 6 of you reconvene at the tower right around the same time. And as all of you head inside, ready to have your conversation with Laufey about how all of your different experiences went, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Yeah.
People,
We're back, baby.
Look at that.
Finally.
we did it.
Let's
Good
go.
We're returning.
back.
We
Yeah.
back. We did the thing, and every NPC in this session was a goddamn Disney character, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, they all slapped.
Only musical episodes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
musical
you know,
episode.
when you come back after a serious break, you got to come back strong. And so I was like, you know what? We're going to use music as a framing device in this episode.
Love it.
There you go. Heck yeah. Well, thank you all so much for watching. I had a lot of fun. However, after doing Aaron Maryland's voice for that long, I need to drink some water and not talk for a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and head off. So thank you all so much for watching. Greatly appreciate you. Glad to be back. Glad to be playing D&D again. So thanks for watching.
Yup.
And we will see you next time.